too late to go back? Is it too late to go?
I can hear myself. Good morning, everybody. I think, let me know if you can hear me in the chat online. Happy Thursday, everybody. From Ben and Woods, 97.3 The Fan. We are trying to get our heads right. Not really our heads, trying to get our system right in here. Okay, everyone can hear in the chat. All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome in on a Thursday. You can hear yourself, yeah, Ben?
I can hear you. I can't hear myself, actually.
I can
hear you, though, clearly.
Okay, they can hear me.
But I can't hear me.
I can't. You're not coming through the mic in my headphones either.
Like, can they hear me?
Super cool. I can't. No one can hear you.
No one can hear me.
Nobody can hear you. I'll just vamp for a while by myself. It's great to be 7 years ago. Our nation. Try it now, Benjamin.
Can I just do charades?
There you
Am I
are.
here? I'm
Holy
here.
cow. All right.
Hi,
Off
everybody.
to a great start on a Thursday. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Live radio, the power.
We'll clean this all up for the podcast later.
We won't,
No, we
actually.
won't, no.
The power and the glory of live radio. We are here on a Thursday, a victory-less Thursday, a jaws of defeat Thursday, one of the uglier games you'll see yesterday. I'm over it. Got a day off today to stew on it. We'll talk to the skipper tomorrow, Mike Schilt, live on the radio. Would have liked to gone in with a little bit better taste in our mouths. I'm sure he would have as well, but whatever, man. Dub Jason, we should have shared the mic like two singers. Yeah, like John Bon Jovi and Richie Sambora. You do the wanted, dead or alive. Well, hey, it's good to be here. I'm Woodsy. To my right is Bald Reindl, a.k.a. Adam Klug. I don't know what happened in here this morning. Somebody
you can blame it on me. It's all good.
Was it your fault?
Probably.
Was somebody jimmying, Mike? Was somebody jimmying with the board?
I don't think it was that.
Okay, it was not Adam.
Thank you, Mike.
Adam gets a pass today.
Engineer Mike is giving Adam an early pass. You don't really want to start in the hole with Woods when you're going to be here for
no.
2 full
Day
days,
one?
Adam. So
Minute one, not even day one, minute one. Now, listen, you got a lot of people in and out of the studio, and a lot of people like to mess with buttons. I come in here every day. My light here is moved and tilted down. Everything is always jacked up. So you got to come in, you got to get it all fixed, make sure it's ready to roll.
I blame that show that came on right after us yesterday. What was that?
Oh, that was us.
That was the replay of the Ben and Woods show. That was definitely they were the issue, I'm sure.
Well, Adam, how many complaining emails have you gotten about hearing 8 hours of Ben and Woods?
0.
Oh, yes. I was like, bro, you know somebody's driving in the afternoon going.
Countless emails praising the decision.
Okay,
I
good.
got one of my colleagues at Channel 10 came up to me yesterday and goes, how many hours are you doing on the air every day?
We do 8 a day, bud. 8 a day. Yeah, you know what we'll do is we'll just start the whole thing over and just rip through it again. 8 straight hours of Ben and Woods is too much.
10 to 2 time slot sounded awfully similar to the 6 to 10.
It's crazy. I had buddies text me, go, why am I hearing it's 11:30? Are you still there? I go, no, that's from earlier. No, we did not get paid double because we didn't have to do double the work. We just did 1 4-hour show and they just replayed it.
Yeah,
because
Braden's on a little vacation, but that does come to an end today, correct, Adam? Matt Scraby will be in from 10 to 2 to 11 to 2 following the roundtable.
Good. Okay,
So, yeah.
That's good. So back to live programming that's not pre-recorded from the same day. So we got it all figured out. Hope everybody's doing well out there. We're doing as good as can be expected, I think, after a little technical snafu, but it happens. Beatrice says, hell yeah, roundtable today. Yes, we have the roundtable today. We're going to talk about this for 4 hours, and then we're going to go talk about it again for another hour. We're going to talk managerial decisions with the benefit of 2010 hindsight, which always makes you feel like an expert every single time. And yeah, we'll talk about it. For me, I don't know. It's kind of the most boring topic to talk about in baseball discourse. It's probably my least favorite thing to talk about baseball as it pertains to what should have happened. It just is. It always has been, and it doesn't pump my nads very much, but I realize it's part of the gig and we have to do it.
So you don't want to talk about what should have been.
Yeah.
What do you want to? What will be?
What will be?
What will be?
What will be?
What may soon come to pass?
I on the prize.
All right.
Eyes forward. I
I
can't change it.
I do feel like
There's definitely some things to talk about.
I do
don't
feel
get
like,
me wrong.
and I'm going to be fair. I think that AJ Preller and Mike Schultz do a very good job
Sure.
at what they do. They are very skilled. I think both of them messed up a little bit yesterday.
Sure, which happens.
That doesn't mean they're a bad GM and a bad manager. If you're not messing up every once in a while over the course of a 162 game season, you're probably not doing enough and trying enough.
Well, I think yesterday's a really good example of how fast that game gets. It just gets fast. It speeds up and things happen. And once one guy doesn't do his job and the next guy doesn't do his job, boy, you look like a moron if you're the skipper sometimes. And that just comes with the territory.
You may be surprised, though, at where my critique lies for Mike Schultz. And I would hope, we're going to have him on tomorrow, Manager's Report Friday, sponsored by Eco Water. I would hope that he is at least understanding that I think very highly of Mike Schultz.
Sure.
But there was one thing in particular, and it wasn't specifically his bullpen usage and when he went to David Morgan. Why did you go with David Morgan there? Why did you leave in Wandy Peralta? That it's part of it, but it's not specifically that. And we'll talk about it coming up in our Padres crap up at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, maybe I had a different perspective on it after I watched the game because I after the game was over, got the kids and we took all the neighborhood kids down to the ELL championship night. That's Encinitas Little League championship night. And they had asked me to come and read the lineups for the major championship, which was kind of cool for the kids. They don't have any idea who I am, and nor did I introduce myself. Like, hi, I'm Stephen Woods of Ben & Woods on 97.3 The Fan. No, I just came out. They gave me the lineups, and hey, welcome everybody to the ELL Major Championship. And I got a chance to, bring out the 10, 12 kids from each team. They got to run down the line. It was pretty cool. And then they had another silver championship on the other field that two of Bo's best friends were playing against each other in. So they wanted to come and watch their buddies. And I got to tell you guys, man, I was watching the game before the game I announced. And it was, when I say there were probably 50 to 60 parents and relatives and friends on each side. So you're talking little bleachers, little kids, little field, about 120 kids or 120 adults and little kids watching the game. My heart started pounding out of my chest. I mean, and I know a couple kids here and I know a couple of the dads, but my heart started racing because all I could think of is that's us next year. If we get that far, that's us next year. And I was looking at my kids on my team. I had 3 kids I've coached since they were 4 and they're 7 now. And I'm looking at them and I put my arms around them and I go, hey, are you guys ready for this? And Bo goes, yeah, but I know he's not. And Jackson goes, I don't know. And Cal goes, yeah, I'm ready. And I looked at him, I go, look at all these people. Like the pressure that I felt for those little kids was, I mean, you could cut it with a knife. It was crazy. The parents were going bananas. Come on, Johnny, let's go. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, wow, this is pretty intense. And I thought about myself coaching next year. And I went, whew, man, this is really, really intense. And it was a really good ball game. It was a tie ball game to the 6th inning. And my buddy Billy's team, his team that his son's on, the Mets, actually won the game. But they had bases loaded. The kid comes in, strikes out the side. I mean, it was gnarly. Like it was absolutely gnarly. So I don't know, man. I'm cautiously looking forward to it. But my perspective at that moment, I thought about the Padres game. I did. I went, now there's 120 people here. You got 30,000 people watching this game, and ground ball goes here, you boot it. Wild pitch goes, runs. And I go, it just gets so fast for such a slow, sometimes boring game. The game gets so fast, so quick sometimes, and it just spirals on you. And I think, some of that happens in a 162 game season. I thought yesterday was one of those days where it just got speedy. That happens.
Yeah, I don't think that Mike Schultz necessarily got caught flat-footed.
No, I don't either.
As some people suggested. I think he made a choice that, he and AJ Preller and the coaching staff in the front office made a choice as to how they were going to approach that game yesterday. And that choice backfired.
Yeah.
It was a legitimate choice, but it backfired on them later in the game. Again, we'll talk about it. We got the roundtable as well coming from 10 to 11. But after that, are you going up to the North County, the San Diego County Fairgrounds?
It's a good question.
Oh.
I got it. We got an email the other day from one of our sales reps. Now, I just to preface, I love the fair so much, and my family loves the fair so much.
Starts 2 weeks from today officially.
My wife's number
You
one.
go every year with the family.
We love it so much. I will yank my kids out of school on a Wednesday.
You may go multiple times.
Oh, we do go multiple times. I love it, and they love it. I always have since I moved here. I've always thought it was so cool. And so we got an email the other day from one of our sales reps. He said, hey, apply today if you want a credential, and you can take one person. And if you want to go down and cover the fair today, it's a special media event. And I said, you don't understand. This is my wife's going to want to make love to me. She's going to want, what is that?
That was me. Sorry.
She's going to want to make love to me if I bring home a VIP media pass. This will get me, I'll get lucky with this. So I went to his desk and I said, I can't tell you how big this is for me. And he started dying laughing. I'm like, you think I'm kidding? I'm not. This is all my wife ever wants, is the special media preview pass. And so I texted her and I go, hey, just for the record, looks like we're in Thursday media day. And she goes, you're joking. I go, no. And she goes, oh my God, I'm so excited, because it had gone away for a while, or we hadn't been involved in it or something. So I put in the credential, applied. It's been 2 days. I haven't heard back. So she this morning is like, so what's the deal? And I go, I haven't heard back. And she looked at me with disappointment in her face, like, God, such a loser. Like, she didn't say it, but I could read in her face, man, you can't even get the VIP media pass anymore. And I did feel bad driving in this morning. Like, man, I'll keep checking my email, babe. I hope it comes through.
I think you should just show up. It's possible. It's possible it was just an RSVPing issue. If you, Stephen Woods of the Ben and Woods program on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan, shows up at a media event for the San Diego County Fair, they should be delighted to have you. They should be rolling out the red carpet.
They're going to open up their folder and they're going to go, oh, no, let's see.
They're going
to go like this.
You are not authorized for Australian battered potatoes today.
They're going to look at it and go, let's see. All right. What did you say your name was? Woods, Stephen Woods. Let's see. Frankie Vizzle is check. John Flint is check. We got Dave Rickards. He's not even in meeting anymore, but somehow he got in. Oh, there's Eddie from Rock 105. Yep, he's good. There's Thor. Okay. Yeah, we don't have you on the list, sir. Then I'm going to be there with my wife.
And then
Frankie Vizzle.
I RSVP days ago, you say.
Frankie Vizzle is going to walk past me. Frankie, Gina, Cabana Boy Jeff, Boy Toy Jesse. All these legends of San Diego. What are you doing? I'll be like, I'm not on the list. Frankie Vizzle's going to be like, well, I'm going in. And I'm going to be standing there with my wife as Frankie Vizzle walks by me. Carl DeMaio walks by me. You know? And they didn't put me. Hacksaw walks by. And I'm standing there by myself with my wife, looking like an idiot. So if you don't want me there, if I'm not on the list,
what
I'm
would
not
be the reason
up.
that you'd be denied? They don't have space for you. They have like 73 acres there.
I know.
There's got to be enough space for one Stephen Woods and guest.
Yeah.
You got a problem.
Yeah, you got a problem. You're not on the list. You're not on the list, buddy. So I haven't gotten the go ahead. The come on down. We'd love to have you. And I feel like a lesser man because of it. Adam, have you heard anything about this at all?
I haven't heard anything, and I'm not as big into the fair as you are clearly, but I got the same email you got about this VIP thing.
Did you apply?
Well, there was the email. It says this is limited to on-air talent
and
management.
So you're management,
and you're on air right now.
Yeah, you're on air
Let's
talent.
consider this.
Right.
very shortly after that, there's a follow-up email that says, "My bad. This is limited to on-air talent only."
Well, you're on air talent. You're speaking into a microphone as we speak.
Was it last week when I was reading the email?
So I did apply. I haven't gotten in. And now my wife is like, she's like, well, I've cleared my schedule this afternoon.
I hope you get this.
I mean, I do too.
I think you should just show up.
There's no way you want me to be embarrassed.
No, you have to go. You have to walk with confidence. Act like you belong. No, don't act arrogant, but simply present a confident face.
You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all.
I am someone who belongs and would enjoy being here. And you treat people respectfully, but confidently. It usually works. I mean, you walk. I'll say this: if you see security guards, you give them a smile. You don't slow down. You show some hesitancy, they pounce. They're ready to check your IDs. They're ready to check your credentials. If you walk with purpose, but friendly, and you look at them and go, "Hey guys, how you doing?" But you walk right by them, they will hesitate and they will not stop you because they think you belong there. You just have to act like you belong.
No, I'm not doing it. You know me. I need to be cajoled. I need you have to want me to be there. I will not show up anywhere that I am not wanted. You guys know that. And if you deny me, then you're on my list. So I haven't been denied, nor have I been accepted. So I will not show up. I will not be presumptuous and walk up to the fair like I'm somebody special, because I'm not. And again, I like to follow the rules. If you want me there, I'd love to come down there. You might get me laid if you get me one of those passes today. So it really hangs in the balance.
Well, if anyone is listening from the Del Mar Agricultural District, the 22nd District Agricultural Association of the state of California that puts on the San Diego County Summer Spectacular Woods.
Let me tell you, I still vividly recall, speaking of my pal Frankie Vizzle, I had just started dating my wife. Now, I mean, my wife is a 10, and I had just started dating her, and I got this. And I said, "Hey, would you be interested in going?" She goes, "Are you joking? This is my favorite time. This is my favorite time of the year. I would love it." And it was it was a VIP media night. So the lights were going, the music was going, the food was free. I walked down the what do you call it? Like the concourse, the main concourse,
the main drag,
holding her hand. I was very early in our relationship. I'm not kidding. Frankie Vizzle is walking with his whole crew. He looks over. He's like, "What's up?" I'm like, "What's up?" And I had Hannah on my arm. And I felt like the king of the world. And because we're walking down, and I'm like, "What would you like now? Do you want a free corn dog? Do you want Orange Julius? I can get you anything you want." And let me tell you something. That was the best I had ever looked in her eyes, was that night. That night.
No offense to Hannah, who, I mean, she's a well put together person.
All right, relax. Talking about how put together my wife is.
There's nothing romantic about the fair.
Oh, I beg to differ.
It smells delicious.
Manure. No, it smells like funnel cakes.
It's an agricultural.
Is what it smells like.
There's barnyard animals all over the place. Hot, sweaty people. It's usually crowded. I mean, yeah, you get some good fair food. I will enjoy a great corn dog at the fair, but
so good.
We
haven't been invited back since. I know.
I don't see
that was the last time.
See the fair as the pinnacle of romance.
It was like a decade ago. I'm not joking when I tell you it was a decade ago. And when I tell you it's burned in my there's a few memories I have of when we first started dating.
Did you get stuck at the top of the Ferris wheel?
No, we didn't even go.
No, all right.
We didn't even go on the Ferris wheel. We just walked around and held hands, and I went, "I'm the king of the world right now." And she thinks I'm the king of the world. It was magical. Hannah said, "It is romantic. It's like Greece." That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I just felt like a king. So it has not come through yet. I'm furiously checking my
That would
email.
make you Danny and
I'm
her
Danny
Sandy.
and she's Sandy. Hey, Sandy.
Well, summer loving
at
the fair.
Man. God, it was great. It was just incredible. One of my fondest memories of meeting my wife was that night. And I'll never forget Frankie Vizzle's face when he looked over and he gave me like the nod, like, hell yeah. And but I'm sure he'll be there today, just getting after it.
Well, we'll keep you updated if there's any news to break on Stephen Woods and his approval or non-approval at the San Diego County Fair Media Day. We need to check traffic. set the menu for what we've got coming up here on a Thursday right now on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic.
All right, got our Padres crap up coming up here at the bottom of the hour, and we will certainly discuss what happened in the 10-8 loss to the Marlins yesterday. But did you know? Did the math. Padres are now officially exactly 1/3 of the way through the season. 54
Holy
games.
cow, dude. Is that right?
Multiplied by 3
Okay.
is 162.
Okay,
So,
that puts me a little bit at ease because I haven't gotten super stressed. I haven't gotten super mad. I've been a little bit stressed, a little bit mad at times. I've had a lot of joy in the first third of the season. That blows my mind that we are already a third of the way done covering.
we got
this
two
thing.
more of those chunks
Two
left.
more
We just
chunks.
that chunk that the Padres just played of 54 games.
Okay,
Got two more of those left, and then
may the best team win.
We'll see where they are when October rolls around.
That really put my mind more at ease. It really did. I still felt like we were in the infancy. We had just gotten this thing started, but to know that, this year.
It was a busy Sports Wednesday as well. Giant decision made by Miles Bird at San Diego State, and we can talk about that. Plus, SDFC last night on the road at the Seattle Sounders did not go the way that SDFC was hoping. We can talk about their 1-0 loss, ended their unbeaten streak of 5 matches, in their perfect month of May is now over, but we can talk a little soccer as well. And then in the second half, got a couple of guests that we always love. It's a Smart Baseball Thursday. Sarah's from The Athletic will be with us at 8:35. Maybe we'll talk a little bullpen usage with Eno.
Yeah.
Coming up at 8:35. And then in-season Sam Levitt, going to join us at 9:35 as he makes his way into the studio for the roundtable. He's going to be a guest with Paulie out today and Braden out. Sammy's going to sit in with the panel during the roundtable from 10 to 11. Got our regular features as well, including Don't Do This, Real or Fake on a Throwback Thursday, and more. You want to stay tuned for all of it coming up with Ben and Woods. Glad to have you with us on a Thursday morning. We'll be right back with more on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
And I used to drown my sorrows in other things after a tough loss like that. You know what I drowned my sorrows in yesterday?
Eco water.
Fresh, cold, delicious Eco water. That's a true story, actually. I really did. I drink a lot of water. The reason I drink a lot more water now is because we've got the Eco water system in our home. You hear a lot about Eco water on this radio station for good reason. Proud to be involved with them. Very happy that we have the unit in our home. It is the best thing we've ever done. With a reverse osmosis system, you get bottled quality water straight from your tap. I'll go a step further. It's way better than bottled quality. It is a total game changer. Skin looks better. Hair feels better. Coffee tastes better. Everything is better with Eco Water. Get this thing going in your house. You can try the Soft Life and alkaline water now for only $9.95 a month. Hard water will wreck your home's pipes, wreck your home's appliances. Get soft water. Get Eco Water. If you get water delivered to your home, it's such a nightmare. We did it. You can do it, sure, but this is so much easier. It comes right out of the tap, right out of the, then they put the little filtered one. It's incredible. 760-350-3338 or go to ecowatersocal.com. Let them know Woodsy sent you down there, please. Not everything in life should be hard, especially your water. Keeping it soft since 1925. Eco Water, your water should be perfect.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
It's nice to have a little laugh, in the morning before you get into the crap up. That is true. Eric in the chat said, I'd rather listen to 24 hours of crap ups than go to the fair. I find that hard to believe. I don't like listening to the crap up. I like listening to the grap up after a win.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun.
It's a lot more
to
fun.
Hear the exciting highlights from Jesse and Bob.
And a sweep would have been just incredible. What a not boring series that was.
That's
guys.
true.
My God,
every single game was dramatic.
Woo.
And featured something unusual and something noteworthy. I mean,
Sure.
it was
wild.
The Marlins are not a good team, but as Jesse mentioned it a couple of times. Plucky,
scrappy. I heard all the words.
They were aggressive. They were swinging freely.
Yes.
I mean, they can definitely be a thorn in the side of teams. They're not going to win a lot of games because they just don't have the experience and
they make a lot of mistakes.
Talent, yeah, they make a lot of mistakes, but they're not going to, just roll over and die because they're in last place.
I think it was Jesse that said, somebody on the broadcast that said, if you're in their division, it's going to bug you. Like playing them is going to bug you. It's not going to go to plan, right? Against a team like that. It just doesn't go to plan.
They don't have the era of sadness that surrounds the Rockies,
correct.
For instance.
Yeah, there's not just this doom and gloom. There are some good young players on that team. And I thought, again, the series from a whole, you won the series. Let's make no mistake, guys. We won that series
2 in a row.
Won the series. against the Marlins, that is ultimately a good thing. I wanted the sweep because I'm greedy, and I feel like you should have swept that series, period. But you didn't. You won the series. But man, those were from an say you're an outsider, from an outsider's perspective, 3 pretty good baseball games. And by good, I mean terrible sometimes, but it was certainly entertaining.
This hour on 97.3 The Fan, brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store and everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends June 14th. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. Well, speaking of the fair, I promise to be fair in my criticism of AJ and Mike Schultz after that loss. We will crap it up right after Kelly's traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855, get
Drive on-ramp to South 805. I'm Kelly Danica Fentonwood, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's a shame if they lose.
You got a problem.
Oh, a shame indeed.
I couldn't agree more.
Here are the lowlights from yesterday's game.
What the heck happened?
Are you kidding me?
Can't even believe it.
It's the Padres wrap-up, presented by Hamul Casino. Things are about to get real with the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, with gorgeous rooms and exciting new eats and drinks. It gets real this summer at Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place.
We'll give it 16 minutes of salt, and then we'll, get back on the bump and figure it out.
0-2 pitch. Hot shot past the third baseman into the left field corner. Jackson Merrill will score. Padres have a 1-0 lead on the RBI single by Gavin Sheets. Swung on, driven to right field, pretty well hit. Going back is Sanchez. It's not going to be able to catch it. It's going to go to the wall. Gavin Sheets is going to score. Xander Bogaerts is going to score. It's a 2-run double for Jake Cronenworth, and the Padres have a 3-1 lead here in the fourth. Elias Diaz, first pitch swinging, line drive, base hit in the left field. Jake Cronenworth is heading home. Here comes the throw. He's safe. Padres lead at 4-1 on the RBI single by Elias Diaz. 1-2 to Manny. Line drive, base hit into right field. Diaz will score. They're going to hold up Fernando. He's going to run through the sign. Here comes the throw. He is out at the plate. Tim Leeper was trying to hold him up. Fernando said, nope, I'm going to go for it. And Jesus Sanchez guns him down for the final out. But the Padres do get another run. A 5-run inning for the Padres. They now lead the Marlins 6-1 as we head to the 5th inning. One pitch swung on, driven to left field and deep. Gavin Sheets is going back. He's at the warning track at the wall. He's going to look up. This one is gone. A 3-run home run for Otto Lopez, and all of a sudden, we've got a tie ball game, 6-6. Padres have the infield in. First pitch gets by Diaz all the way to the backstop. And all of a sudden, the Marlins have a 7-6 lead on the wild pitch. Sano is able to score. Pitch is down. 2-1. Swung on. Driven to right field and deep. This one is going to be gone. 2-run home run for Gavin Sheets. Puts the Padres on top, 8-7. 8-7 Padres lead. The first pitch to Ramirez. Swung on, line drive, base hit in center field. 1 run is going to score. Here comes the throw. The second run is going to score. And all of a sudden, the Marlins have taken the lead 9-8. 2-0. Swung on, line drive over the head of Manny Machado into the corner. Mesa Jr. is going to score. Gavin Sheets trying to get a handle on it. They're going to send another runner. He's heading home. Here comes the throw from Xander. He is out at the plate. But the Marlins do get another run. As the inning comes to an end, they now have a 10-8 lead over the Padres.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of attrition, right? You're talking about 9 games, last 7, a bullpen game, extra innings. Those guys, man, so much respect for the bullpen. Those guys they're getting after it, man. They're getting as extended as we're comfortable with. And listen, it's they laid it out there and they put some swings in the ball, and we hurt ourselves in the 8th, and that was kind of the story.
Mike Schultz talking about the bullpen, not once but twice, giving up leads yesterday as the Marlins avoid the sweep and beat the San Diego Padres 10-8 after the Padres rallied from 6-0 down on Tuesday.
Yeah.
They blow a 6-1 lead on Wednesday. Baseball is a funny sport.
Like I said, man, not a boring series at all. You won a game you absolutely should have lost, and you lost a game you absolutely should have won. And it's just a weird sport. You saw every team in the West lost yesterday. You see that?
Yeah.
Every single team in the NL West lost yesterday.
I saw the tweet that the Rockies had a golden opportunity. To gain,
It was so
gain
funny.
some ground on the division.
Yeah.
Did you see who gave up all the runs for the Dodgers?
Oh, yeah. Tanner Scott and,
I watched
and Alex
the end of that
Vesia.
game yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I did too. And the mirror images of those two games were crazy. I mean, it was just insane. But again, I hated that loss. I did. It was pretty excruciating. I feel like, man, I want to say this. I feel like Mike Schilt right now. I want to give some love to Gavin Sheets.
Of course.
I love that guy. He's been an absolutely incredible find by AJ Preller. Great job to everyone that's helping him on his path and journey. Victor Rodriguez, everybody else that's helping him become a really good hitter and a guy that you can count on. He's had these couple of monster games lately. We've let him down in both, really, like it's almost like if Gavin Sheets does something great, watch out, hold on to your butts.
He had the 2-homer game against Toronto, including a 9th-inning game tying.
Correct. And we lose those games. And it's like, hey, man, if Gavin goes 0 for 4 and we win, it was such a bummer losing that game yesterday. And, obviously the armchair managers were out. I was one of them. You were one of them. Adam was one of them. We all were. It's what you do after an excruciating loss like that. But I don't know, man. Mike Schilt said something in that post game where he said, he's talking about attrition. And then he said something to the effect of, they've extended themselves as much as we're comfortable with, meaning we know how much we want to push these guys right now. And yesterday was not a day, I guess, he felt like he wanted to push a couple of guys that maybe could have gone. I think it's hard for us fans because, you're not playing tomorrow. You have a day off tomorrow. Let's get this win and complete this sweep. And they didn't do it.
Well, they decided before the game, clearly based on Mike Schilt's post-game comments, that Adrian Morejon was unavailable and Jeremiah Estrada was unavailable.
So why, again, always deferring to them and what they say and what they know that we don't know. But if you look at the usage, you see 18 pitches between Sunday and Monday for Morejon. You see 21 pitches for Suarez on Sunday and Monday. Sean Reynolds threw 12 pitches on Tuesday. And you look at that and go, okay, again, assuming we don't know everything. I don't know. Adrian Morejon could have a groin strain, a tweak in his arm. His arm doesn't feel right. Wasn't ready. Doesn't feel well. I have no idea. They don't tell us that stuff. I can only assume and take them at their word when they tell me Adrian was down today, because the pitches, it's not like he threw 40 pitches. And you're like, well, there's no way we're going to run him back out there. I didn't really understand it yesterday, but I think when you see them use guys in certain lanes like they talk about, and they do seem a little out of whack, that leads me to believe we don't know the whole story on what's going on with Morejon and
I have no
Reynolds
criticism of, if they have a reason, they have a reasoning for it. I know that they want to win games, and if they're keeping a guy out that can help them win a game, there's a reason for it. So that's not my issue here. I have a couple of issues. Some of them were brought up on social media after the game yesterday. The first I thought was very valid. So they decided when Kyle Hart was activated to send Omar Cruz, who was, well rested, had not been used since they brought him up, send him back down to the minors and keep Sean Reynolds up with the big club. But Sean Reynolds, who Mike Schilt said after the game, throwing a lot of pitches, sounded like they were trying to avoid him as well. He was maybe the emergency. We go to extra innings, we'll throw him out there, but otherwise we don't want to use him. So you already were down a couple of guys in your pen, and you hamstrung yourself again by the decision. Now, I'm sure there's a reasoning behind it. You can't send guys back and forth unlimited number of times anymore to AAA. And perhaps they did not want to tick that box on Sean Reynolds again, knowing they may need to send him down a couple of times later in the season. I don't know the rationale behind that, but they kind of hamstrung themselves. But they knew that going into the game. So you have Kyle Hart on the mound and, was looking okay. Got through the first 4 innings, had given up 1 solo home run, and the Padres had just given him a 6-1 lead to work with going into the top of the 5th. His pitch count was extremely low. It was around 38 or 40 going into that 5th inning. Clearly, the Marlins were starting to hit him there in the 5th. He got another home run, started to rally, put some runners on, and then brought the tying run to the plate. Now, here's decision time if you're Mike Schilt and the Padres. Kyle Hart's still at just 57 pitches.
Yep.
So he's got bullets left, but are they going to be effective? If you leave him in, are you exposing yourself to a giant inning and you're just going to blow that lead? They decided to be aggressive with their bullpen right there. That was the moment in the game where you could have been conservative and you could say, we may lose this lead, but if we get another inning or 2 out of Kyle Hart, we'll have more bullpen at the end. It's the conservative, cautious way to go. So let's be conservative. Let's leave Kyle Hart in there until at least 80 to 90 pitches. Let's get as much as we can out of him. And hopefully he holds the lead, but if he doesn't, maybe our offense can come back and win it. That would be we're going to be conservative with our bullpen strategy, but they didn't. They aggressively went to David Morgan after just 57 pitches. Obviously, didn't work out as he gave up the 3-run home run to tie the game. But now you've gone with your aggressive strategy. You have announced, okay, we're going to be aggressive and try to win this game.
So stay aggressive.
So stay aggressive the rest of the game.
Yeah.
But they were aggressive when they went to Jason Adam in the 7th inning.
Yep.
All right.
That's not his lane.
That's not his lane, but we need it out here. We're going to go with Jason Adam. Now, Jason Adam wasn't as sharp as he usually is. He's been used a lot as well. That's not on Mike Schilt. He was available. They aggressively used him. So then they had to go to Wandy Peralta. And you get to the critical at-bat in the game. Actually, 2 of them, but the critical at-bat for Wandy Peralta. After dodging, with the runner at third and getting a shallow fly ball, you've got a 1-run lead. You've got the 9-hitter up. You've got an open, you got second, I think it's first and third. You have to get Victor Mesa Jr. out, and he walks him. The left-handed hitter against the left-handed hitter. Wandy is much tougher on lefties. And so they recycle the order back to the top, and it's Agustin Ramirez, who's been hot. He's already have a home run. He's got 3 hits already. He's been hot today. He's a right-hander. He's like licking his chops going up against Wandy Peralta in this situation. You could have had Robert Suarez try to come in for a 4-out save. Now, they had decided before the game, we don't want to do that. We don't want to go more than an inning on Robert Suarez. But you had already earlier in the game said, we're going to be aggressive with our bullpen. We're going to go to David Morgan in the 5th. We're going to pull our starter out. My criticism here is with the inconsistency in their approach. Are you going to be conservative? I'm okay if you want to be conservative. Save your pen. Let Kyle Hart eat it for a couple of innings and try to win it that way.
Like you did with Kolek the night before.
Right.
I'm telling you, every time he came back out, I go, oh, my God. And I got it. Like, I totally understood. But is there a trust thing with Kolek versus Hart? I think there is,
Maybe.
right? I think I've seen this more.
But
I trust
you
this
trusted
more.
enough with Hart. You wanted to go with him rather than Pivetta, who was on normal rest, but they wanted to give him more days. You made this decision in advance. We need a day that we can save some of our bullpen, save some of our starters, and we need Kyle Hart to pitch for us. Great. Let him pitch then. Why did you pull him after 57 pitches if you're going to go with that conservative strategy? It's a long season. It's a valid strategy to save your arms for a long 162-game season. So save them.
Well, when you get a 6-1, when you have a 6-1 lead, is that what it was? 6-1 lead? When you have a 6-1 lead as the manager, I think it washes over you and you go, this is great. This is the dream. I can now get a little bit greedy and I can push Kyle Hart and I can ride this thing out. Man, you saw the first couple flare in and you're like, oh God, strategy has now changed. And I think managers do tend to get a little bit greedy is probably the right word of like, but again, look, let's be honest. Kyle Hart said it after the game. They gave me a huge lead. I didn't hold it. That's on me entirely. Yeah, there were so many guys that failed to do their jobs yesterday. Manny Machado, booting that ball was a huge play.
Of
Now,
course.
let's be honest. I don't think he turns two there. All of his momentum was charging towards home, but he's got to fire off a clean throw to first. Fernando Tatis Jr., it seems trivial at the time it happened, but getting thrown out with Jackson Merrill coming up, running through a stop sign, those things add up. They always
say struggling Sandy Alcantara.
And they talk all the time about, being smart, winning the inches, getting thrown out at the dish with a great hitter up doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. Jason Adam, look, I have no problem with what happened with Jason Adam. Jason Adam is due a bad day. He's due a little bit wild. He's due to be a little bit wild. He's been so good, so good. Bringing him back out, I don't know. I feel like Adam getting the ground ball that he needed, Manny booting it, that sucks.
Eric in the chat says, I don't like the idea of using Suarez for more than 3 outs. Neither do I. Neither did the Padres. They had decided that was a bad idea.
He did it a bunch last year, and I think people lost their minds.
Well, and remember, you get that out. If you get that out, and maybe he would have given up a single too.
Sure.
I don't know. I can't replay it, go back in time. But if Robert Suarez gets Ramirez out and leaves the bases loaded there, you don't have to pitch him in the ninth. If you want to just have him face that one batter and you go to Sean Reynolds or whatever you want to do, if you feel uncomfortable, you can theoretically pull him. Or what if, the offense could have scored 5-6 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. But the critical out of the game, you put yourself in a really bad position, have Wandy Peralta facing their hottest hitter, a right-hander at the top of the lineup with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
And you made that decision and you played aggressively early, and then you decided, I don't want to be aggressive anymore. It's too much. You put your chips to the table and then you kind of folded, when the final card was about to come out. That's what I didn't like about the game yesterday. It wasn't, you can play conservatively. I respect that. I understand baseball. It's a long season. But why did you play so aggressively early with your bullpen if you knew you were going to fold, when it came to the late innings, if it got close and you had a huge situation like that?
No, that's a good point.
That's my criticism.
Again, I'm always the guy that's going to, it's been my MO. I'm a player guy. I believe in the players and credit where credit is due. Players win ball games, players lose ball games. This is Mike Schultz's fault. If guys go in and do their jobs yesterday and play things the right way, we win that ball game. Going away. Period. The end. I think it's on the look. Everybody wants to it's an easy thing to do is go, man, I would have done this and I would have done that. Bro, if they did their jobs, if Manny does his job, if Toddy does his job, if Jackson Merrill does his job earlier in the game, this game's a laugher. I mean, it's a laugher. If Kyle Hart does his job and holds a 5-run lead, and he said it, I'm always going to put it on the players. They get all the praise, they get all the money, they get all the praise. They need to bear the weight of the responsibility of being able to close that game out. In my opinion,
if Nick Pivetta, so everyone's off today, which they need, day off for the entire bullpen. If Nick Pivetta goes out and throws a complete game tomorrow, and, the bullpen gets another day, I'm going to kind of look back and go, I mean, come on. Well, you had a game that you could have won there, and you got conservative right at the end when you had a chance to win it. I know, Mike Schilt.
That's one of the things that I was bringing up. We talked about it last year. Remember, there was that game against Kansas City where we didn't bring in Suarez in the 8th, and it was because of Kolek blew it up early. Remember, we all talked about it. You never know when you're going to need your high leverage relievers, right? Like, you've got that game, you could win it now. It might be 3 in a row and you might be unavailable for 2 or 3 days, but you might not even need him for the next 2 or 3 days because you might be losing.
Or maybe Pivetta gives you 6 and you get a 1-run lead and you need Estrada, Adam, and Suarez tomorrow, and they sneak out a win for you. And Mike Schilt goes, see, that's why we didn't go to Suarez and Estrada on Wednesday. We were saving them for on Friday. You can't predict the future, but when you have a game like that,
you can certainly predict the past every morning.
Yes,
We can certainly look at that.
It's easy in hindsight. Again, I respect Mike Schilt, the tough job and the tough decisions that he has to make, and he has way more information than either of us do about how guys are feeling. And
I think guys do their job. You can't throw a wild pitch there. You can't hit a guy in the head. You got to come out and I honestly, like, you have to come out and do your job. Everybody should have done their job yesterday. They didn't.
Ultimately, 1/3 of the way through the season, though, the Padres remain in pretty decent shape. We'll talk about that coming up. And yesterday's big decision by San Diego State's Miles Bird, all ahead here on 97.3 The Fan.
you guys saw pregame. Mike Schultz probably real tired of being asked about Michael King. Said that they'll have more information tomorrow. I mean, we have to ask him. We're going to have him on the air again. I'm going to apologize for asking him yet again for the 70th time, since Kinger went down.
He said testing was very favorable.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, I mean,
yes.
They have ruled out some things that are bad, apparently.
Okay, good. That's half the battle, I guess.
But until you know what it is, I can't totally jump onto the optimism bandwagon.
Sure. Yeah. And what you don't want is this to become a thing. It can't be a thing this year. Well, he's got to go back on the IL. And the back and forth of, Kyle Hart, you asked in the break, does Kyle Hart get another start? And I don't know. I don't know that he's the guy, man. And Matt Waldron, I guess, is supposed to be pretty close. Matt Waldron could slot into the rotation to pick up a start for Kyle Hart.
Saved the middle of the season last year. Could we be on another path where Matt Waldron comes and saves the middle of the season this year for the San Diego Padres?
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know that Kyle Hart gets another start. I don't know. I just don't know how to feel about him. I really don't. I wanted it to be better.
He seems like a fairly comfortable at bat for opposing players.
I would say so.
Is he going to get some outs? Off speed stuff isn't bad. If he's locating, he can get some outs.
You can't throw him against the Dodgers. You can't throw him against the better teams.
I'd be very nervous to see him against one of those teams.
Yeah, as Arturo says, the schedule doesn't get any easier. No, it sure doesn't. And as Ben just reminded me off the air, after today, it's 26
games in 27 days.
I mean, that's as gnarly of a stretch as you're going to get.
I mean, you need at least 5 starters,
at least,
if not a 6th one. And right now, you got 4 that you feel okay about, and one of them is Kolek,
and one of them is Kolek, and one of them is Randy Vasquez, who again is
Randy Vasquez is solidly in the rotation now. He's your number 3 guy at the moment,
no question. So without King, it could get really, really dicey, and. I think those guys know they see who's coming up on the schedule, but you can't live worrying about tomorrow a lot of these times. You have to just go win the game in front of you today. And it's going to take a lot of things to go well.
So with King, again, he said the testing so far has been favorable. So I assume that means they've ruled out a couple of the more common shoulder ailments. Like, okay, there's nothing that we need to surgically repair that we found up there. It looks good. That's obviously a positive sign. But other than finding something bad, which is obviously the worst thing, oh yeah, it's bad, we need to shut you down for 3 months, not figuring it out is also a problem, because that is also something you don't ever want as a pitcher, to throw him out there and not really know what's wrong with him. You have to figure it out before you can really do anything. Is it rest? Does he need rehab? What does he need?
Yeah.
And I don't think they know what Michael King needs at this point. That's the frustrating part. They got a team. They got a good team of trainers, doctors, medical staff that apparently still doesn't know what it is. And that's a little concerning when, they have a lot of data on pitchers and injuries, and they know what to look for. I mean, they know exactly what to look for. They can do it with your fantasy campers. Those trainers can diagnose. They take a fantasy camper. It takes about 5 seconds to know, here's what you did. I mean, they can tap on your knee or tap on your shoulder and elbow, 5 seconds, and there's 95% chance they've got their diagnosis down, because these guys know their stuff. And the fact that they're still testing and probing and scanning, trying to figure out what is going on with this shoulder, this scap thing for Michael King, that's a concern that they don't know what it is.
Well, there's 2 big ones, man. It's Michael King and it's Yu Darvish. And you feel like if you got some sort of word that Michael King will start here and Yu Darvish will start here, I think it sets your mind at ease a little bit. But I don't know, man, because again, without King, and I'll say to some extent too, without Yu Darvish, I wasn't really planning on Yu Darvish anytime soon until recently. Now it's kind of the specter of Yu Darvish hanging over you. Like, is this going to happen at all this season? And that's a little bit concerning, meaning you're going to have to figure out a way to go out and acquire more pitching somehow. I don't know what you have down below to bring up that's going to be effective against that nasty schedule in June. Nasty. It's going to be nasty. June is going to be a gauntlet.
I mean, we saw Omar Cruz. They didn't put him in. Ryan Bergert came up earlier. Right now, though, there's not any surefire guys coming up to help you in the starting rotation. We'll talk more Padres baseball coming up, but I wanted to get a little college basketball. We're nowhere near the college basketball season yet. Maybe the most impactful decision of the Aztecs 2025-2026 season was made yesterday when Miles Byrd, facing a deadline of 11:59 p.m. last night, didn't cut it close. It was, early in the afternoon when he posted on social media his decision about the draft, saying that he is returning to San Diego State for one more season at least, for his junior season technically, but his fourth year in the program. And I think, obviously, Woods, this is a huge, huge boon for Brian Dutcher's team to get
big time.
A guy with experience, a guy who led the team in steals last season, the second leading scorer, knows the program, plays the defensive system, everything you're looking for. I think Miles Byrd just adds to your team in spades coming back next season. And, I loved what he said. He's coming back to graduate. He's coming back to win a championship. And that's what he wants to do at San Diego State next season.
I can't wait to see him. I'm super happy. I was very I was excited by this news yesterday. Don't know the reasoning behind it other than potentially Ben didn't get what he was looking for. He wasn't going to get what he was exactly looking for. And I love that he's going to come back, bet on himself. A very motivated Miles Byrd. Not that motivation has really ever been a factor for him. He's always looked motivated to me every time he touches the court. One of the most motivated guys you'll see. But for whatever reason, didn't get what he wanted. Wasn't going to get what he was looking for, and said, all right, man, let's run this back, and I'm going to gamble on myself. Still going to make some good money playing for SDSU next year.
Six figures easily.
Yep, in some premier games, some premier tournaments, and against some premier opponents. And he'll be able to feature himself and move on to the next level. I have no doubt.
So now with Byrd coming back and Reese Waters returning after missing last season with an injury, you've got some really experienced guys leading the way, and then you've got a Magoon Guath who was out but then back in and is going to come back. You've got some newcomers,
new guys, Sean Newman from Louisiana Tech, and then you got the guy from San Jose State, Latrell Davis. They have some again.
And then you have the Miles Heide and Farrell Compton and Taj DeGorville who've been hitting the gym hard this offseason. Coming back as well.
Ooh, I'm getting sweaty. It's gonna be fun.
Right now,
fun team.
Brian Dutcher's biggest issue will be the rotation,
minutes and
what
rotation.
Does it look like, and keeping everybody happy, because he's got a deep, talented team that is projecting definitely as a preseason now top 25 favorite, to win the Mountain West Conference, get back to the NCAA tournament, and potentially go on a run in the NCAA tournament. Now, long way to go. But if you want to bet on anyone, knowing the culture, the defensive focus, those guys are going to be balling out on defense. With Nick Boyd's gone, but with Byrd coming back, he's a shot blocker too.
Yep.
You're not going to want to be playing. San Diego State is going to be a monster for teams to face this year.
And Byrd, I'm really excited to see and look forward to seeing how it all comes together, how it all gels, and it's going to take a minute. Obviously you got new players and a couple guys coming into a new system. But
well, sure. But compared to most college basketball teams, even the big boys, with the amount of transfer portal, the guys coming in, it takes them months.
Yep.
And this is a team that is going to be very comfortable. I mean, your biggest new guy is a guy who's been in the program, Reese Waters, for a couple of years already, that was at all the practices last year. He knows all these guys really, really well. That's going to be an easy addition. The freshmen that are coming in, you can bring them along as quickly or as slowly as you need to. And everybody else is now experienced. They're going to hit the ground running this season.
Stay healthy. Reese Waters getting injured last year. They hung around, Benny. They had a good season. Not up to their standards, certainly, but at least the new standard that they've put forth. But man, you stay healthy, Ben. This team could be an absolute. They're going to be a joy to watch. They're not going to win every game, but they are going to be a joy to watch play basketball.
Yeah, they have not released the full schedule for the upcoming season, but I think it's going to be, especially playing them early, is going to be tough. They're going to be in that Players Era tournament again in Las Vegas, which is bigger, more money, more exposure. And they did announce last week a game against University of Arizona on December 20th. It's going to be played at the Footprint Center in Phoenix. It's part of the Hall of Fame series of doubleheaders. So that's another marquee opponent early in the season. I think the Aztecs are potentially going to look really good in some of those non-conference games. They're going to be a team a lot of people are talking about, Christmas time. Aztecs are going to be, I think, on a lot of national radar screens.
Good. I think well-deserved. And having the guys like Magungwa that everyone was so nervous he was going to leave and he's going to go here. He's going to make $1 billion playing for Kentucky or somebody else. Nope. He's going to be right here. Miles Bird's going to the NBA. Nope. He's going to be right here. Reese Waters coming back. Like, this team's going to be, hey, man, nothing if not enjoyable and fun and potentially really great.
Now the only problem is we got to wait several months.
Sure,
as their season doesn't start until November.
Yeah,
so.
it's always the tough wait, man, for college football and college basketball. If you feel like you've got a squad, now there's some teams out there that are like, I don't care. Let me see what we're bringing to the table. But if you're a college football fan like I am, and my team went to the national championship game last year, Betty, I'm pretty excited for college football to get rolling, and rooting for the Aztecs. I'm pretty excited for college basketball to get going.
But we got baseball to fill the time this summer, and we'll talk more Padres coming up. We got don't and do this ahead, and Woods and I actually still have a couple of choices to make on do this.
They're both great
because they are great. Maybe we'll do them both.
Yep.
Let's actually squeeze two do this is into the program, because
squeezing two do-dos together
into the program,
right?
Yes, because I loved what the Padres did yesterday. You saw the video from Sam Levitt with Ronnie Simone, the guy who committed the 3.5 errors, and how they responded. Loved that stuff. We'll get to that and more coming up next. Don't do this ahead on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. First, though, I want to talk about Prize Picks. It's daily fantasy, accessible for everybody, millions of members around the country. They make it pretty simple. I've been playing for the last year. I play like 2 or 3 times a week. My go-to lineup is usually like a 3-player lineup. You're just picking more or less on stat projections, but you can go as low as 2 players or as many as 6 and win up to 2,000 times your money running your game with Prize Picks. It's really easy. Look for hits plus runs plus RBIs, or you can be aggressive and go more than 1/2 of a home run for one of your favorite players, an Aaron Judge, a Fernando Tatis Jr. They're all on there on the board with your chance to win every single week. Flex Fridays are a chance to play tomorrow, where you can have an opportunity to opt in, and lineup protection where you get your money back if you don't win your lineup. So many different ways to play. Keep it in mind, and when you download the app, make sure you use our code KWFN, because you're going to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. So it's a bunch of play to get you started just by using the code KWFN to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. So you got nothing to lose. You don't like it? Doesn't matter. You just try it, see if it's for you, and I've been enjoying it. You can as well. Check them out today. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
Don't do this. Brought to you by Trust and Will.
Don't.
Leave your entire estate, house, kids, and life savings up to chance if and when you die.
Do.
Set up a Trust or Will online at trustandwill.com.
This.
Yes, is a lot more affordable than you think. Visit trustandwill.com for more info. And we will start with Stephen Woods and the story from the National Football League.
This one. You learn something new every day. I saw this when it came out. And I saw Stephon Diggs on a boat having a great time. Bunch of ladies around him, and I thought, okay, big deal. The guys, it's the off season. They got practice starting soon, but he's getting one last hurrah for summer before he gets, for spring before he gets after it with his new team, the New England Patriots. Benjamin. But I guess I didn't see him opening this little case and passing a bag of pink salt-looking substance over to one of the girls and told her, don't do all of it. And I go, what the hell is that? So I went and did a little research. And again, I learned something new every day.
Was it the stuff they put in those giant straws at the fair, like the pixie stick?
It was not
sugar?
pixie stick, as far as I know. No one knows
sometimes
exactly.
they color that pink, and it's delicious.
No one knows exactly what this was, but it did come in a baggie. And he did have it in a little case, and he opened it up and he said, here, take some, just don't do it all. So I looked it up. Everyone's saying it potentially is called Tusi, Tusi, and I looked. It's how you pronounce it, Tusi. And it
sounds like one of those online streaming platforms.
It does, but they said it's a recreational drug. It's growing in popularity, and it is a mixture of illicitly manufactured drugs like ketamine, ecstasy, and cocaine mixed together and dyed pink because apparently looks cool. So they dye it pink. And
So like they do with red wine when they do a blend. It's not a Pinot Noir or a Cab. It's kind of a
they mix it
it's kind
together.
of a blend, a proprietary blend.
Yeah, I've heard this. I've heard Trail Mix is another version of this back in my day, but they also call it pink cocaine. And apparently he had this, and again, it's all alleged at this point, but he handed it over and said, don't do it all. And well, he's in a little bit of trouble. Mike Vrabel, who's the new coach. I mean, this is dude's brand new. Signed a huge deal to come play for the New England Patriots, man. On a boat, passing this stuff out, getting after it. Not a great look.
Vrabel said, it's something we're aware of, and obviously we want to make great decisions on and off the field.
So far, so good. Yeah. He said any conversations I've had with Stephon will remain between him and I and the club. But yes, this message will be the same for all of our players. We're trying to make great decisions.
Done with don't do this. Let's go to do this. We got two of them for you.
DD Mega
And I'll stay in the NFL. As I told you either last week or earlier this week, when Jim Irsay, the Colts owner, passed away, I had no idea that around the league he was thought of as such a great guy. I mean, you saw the stories, and he seemed like a bit of a clown sometimes in the media, and you thought, oh, I bet they hate to see him coming in the front office in Indianapolis. Not the case at all, and the outpouring of love after he passed away was really genuine, but no more genuine than former wide receiver Reggie Wayne, who was talking to the media at the Colts complex yesterday and got really emotional in discussing Jim Irsay, his former owner, and what he told the other receivers about him.
Told the receivers, I said, a lot of y'all don't really know him.
Man.
He would have did anything for anybody. He would have gave the clothes off his back. I said, y'all don't really know him. And luckily, like all them dudes, they've just been here, right? So you don't know nothing else. But I said, but he cared about his players. He cared about his team, cared about the city. And it wasn't just the players, he cared about people in the building. Like, it was that dude. And I told him, yeah, I got homework to do, man. Like, read about him, right? Learn about him so you really know the type of person he was.
Very sweet.
Very nice, wasn't it?
Nice. Yeah, it's long, but very nice.
It's like a minute 15. You have no patience.
Well, there's the long
he was gathering himself.
pauses
He was emotional.
between the words.
He was genuinely emotional.
He was very emotional.
All right, I'll let you finish up.
All
You
right,
do this.
I'll do another one. Hit it again, Adam. Why not?
DD Mega Doo-Doo.
Yes, this was cool. Ronnie Simon. We all know the Ronnie Simone story. Miami Marlins second baseman had a really rough night the other night. Really, really rough night. 4 errors. One was taken off. It was probably still an error, but and came off the field, was very emotional, ran down the tunnel, had to be consoled by his coaches and teammates and whatnot. This was a really cool moment, I thought. Sammy Levitt actually tweeted this video yesterday. I thought it was great. I don't know. Did Sammy go get that?
I think so, yeah,
incredible.
in the Marlins clubhouse before the game.
Yep, and we've got audio. This is him talking about his rough night.
Ronnie, you said that some of the Padres players texted you as well. Do you have, before yesterday, like a relationship with any of those guys? Do you know those guys well?
I know Tatis, I know Arise, but I never talked to some guys. So yesterday when something happened over there, the like reaction over there and everything just test me in the night. Machado, Tatis, Arise, Robinson Cano, he called me too. A lot of guys, everybody gonna text me. I don't respond because I was a little bit emotional in my room. So but I have a lot of messages in my phone too, and just the only thing I say thank you for everybody, like because you wanna support me. I love everybody who wanna text me. I know he's Kurt right now, so thank you.
Very cool moment. Manny, Toddy, Arise, Robinson Cano, Luis Castillo, all reached out and said, "Hey, we've all been there. It's the big leagues. You're going to be okay." Saw him out. He was first guy out yesterday getting extra work. Somebody had posted a video of him out there. He didn't play in yesterday's game, I don't believe.
He did not.
But was out there getting a little extra work.
Keep in mind, though, as he said, he knows Tatis, I think, from like the Dominican and Winter League, but he said didn't know the other guy. So that means they had to probably ask Toddy for his number and just want to go and reach out on their own. And, keep your head up. Basically, the gist of the messages was, hey, keep your head up. Everybody has a bad day in the big leagues. Don't let this get you down. We support you as a fraternity of baseball players. And I thought that was so cool. I know some people think, why would you help an opponent, especially when you still have to play them? But these are the kind of people you want to have on your team. Guys like Manny and Tatis and Arise who are supportive. It doesn't matter what uniform you're wearing at the time. They're all baseball players and they're all human beings.
Yeah,
they saw guys struggling.
They are in a big fraternity. They're all in the same union, by the way. I mean, these guys are close. And of course, between the lines, you want to beat your opponent, and certainly took advantage of his errors to win a ball game. I did tweet yesterday. Maybe Ronnie Simone can text Manny and offer him some words of encouragement after his error in the 8th inning.
I think Manny will be okay.
I think Manny's going to be fine as well. I know he leads MLB in errors right now, but still want to hit the third base more times than not.
And that's Don't and Do This for a Thursday.
That was Don't Do This with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, here we are, 1/3 of the way through the baseball season. We can take stock of where the Padres are and what they are on pace to do, if that matters at all. Plus, SDFC comes up short last night on the road in the Pacific Northwest. We'll get to all of that coming up next on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. GEGE 000466. For a full list of games and rules, play at 7 Mile Casino. Visit 7milecasino.com.
First, though, a little off day from baseball here in San Diego. If you have nothing planned tonight, Woods and I suggest making the short drive down the 5 freeway to Chula Vista and enjoying an evening, an afternoon, a late night at 7 Mile Casino.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
I heard that. Did you hear that sigh when Adam just said, so you want me to put together a Klug report? I said, absolutely. He goes, did you hear that?
It was the least chipper I've been all morning.
Klug report will be coming up today at 9 a.m.
He is trying to be a little more chipper than usual. There's no hoodie.
No hoodie.
There hasn't been any slouching,
He's
really.
Made sure not to wear a hoodie today.
He's not sullen. He doesn't look like a wide receiver one in a meeting, sitting over there with his hoodie on. Like, I don't want to be here, bro.
Why do they all look like that?
I don't know.
You're right. That's that. I can see the image of them sitting in one of those chairs in an NFL complex, slouching with their hoodie on.
Like, hey, do you want to be here, dude, or don't you?
He's like, I know what routes I'm running. You
Yeah,
throw me the ball or don't throw me the ball.
Yeah, just give me the ball. We'll be fine. God, man. Adam Klug, wide receiver one.
It's funny because in football, you feel like you have some agency over, hey, we execute, we're going to score.
Yeah.
You know, if our quarterback makes the throws and our receiver makes the catches, our guys block well, we're going to move the ball down the field, we're going to score.
Correct.
The other kind of football, you don't necessarily have as much agency sometimes.
Frustrating.
It does feel like you can do everything right
and
still lose a game. And, you know, again, we're not huge experts on the beautiful game yet. We're learning. We're watching. Watched at least some of that game last night for San Diego FC at the Seattle Sounders.
Me too.
From my layman's eyes, SDFC looked like the better team. They controlled the possession for 2/3 of the match. They took more shots. They had more good opportunities to score. They put more runners in scoring position, to borrow a baseball metaphor.
Pretty much.
They went over with runners in scoring position. Meanwhile, Seattle only had a couple of chances here and there, but they connected on one. It happened about 15 minutes into the second half by Jesus Ferreira. And that was it for the game. It was one of those 1-0 soccer games that sometimes gives the sport a little bit of a bad reputation from us, maybe non-appreciators, the casuals like us. Like, really, we're supposed to be entertained by our team dominating, but not scoring and losing 1-0. We watched 90+ minutes of action for that at the end of the game.
To be fair, I watched 17+ minutes, but because I had to do the MC at Little League thing. But as soon as we got in the car to go home, I put the game on, and as I was getting ready, getting the kids ready for bed, had the game on, and yeah, man, just wasn't. It's like loading the bases, 4 innings in a row, and you don't get anything across, and that can be. Think about how frustrated you are when that happens, with your baseball team. But again, I wish I knew how to better put into words like what I saw. I saw right when I tuned in, Ben. I saw SDFC have 6 chances. I mean, really.
So were you
really,
watching first half or second half?
It was
when you
second
tuned in?
half.
Second half?
Second half.
Okay, so they didn't actually even start some of their stars like Chucky Lozano. Being a midweek match, and they played a lot lately, and they have another game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Mikey Varas decided to hold some of those guys as reserves, as substitutes that he brought in the second half. And it looked like that was a pretty good decision. You know, they played well in the first half. They didn't score, but they didn't give up any goals. And they had all these guys like Chucky coming off the bench fresh in the second half for that push to win the game. And it just didn't work out for San Diego FC, not having Chucky in the lineup. Anders Dreyer didn't have his greatest game. Carlos Dreyer wasn't his usual self. I don't know that I can totally analyze, Dreyer's performance, but he didn't have much of an impact on the game, at least from what I saw. And by the way, credit to the Seattle's goalkeeper. Now, I didn't know this. I did hear a little bit of our friend Darren Smith talking about it, though. He's been like the best goalkeeper in MLS. Best goals against average. He's been doing it for years. His name is Stefan Fry, and he made some good saves. You get frustrated. You're like, hey, we did everything right, and then this one guy on the field gets to use his hands, which just totally seems unfair. The rest of us can't. And we kick a great ball at him, and he stops it with his hands. And, he's good at it. And, just didn't work out for SDFC yesterday.
Yeah, it was again, one of those games that you felt decent about winning. Process was right. As I saw somebody tweet last night, look, I feel bad for the next opponent because the SDFC's process looks really, really good right now. And again, to go back to baseball, we talk about it a lot. Sometimes you don't hit with runners in scoring position, right? But what is the good thing you can take away from that? We got runners in scoring position. So those hits will come, those goals will come for SDFC. They stuck to the process. As you said, rested some guys early, could benefit them on Saturday.
Ray is laughing. Ben explained goalies.
Yeah, goalies.
Yeah, he's the one guy in the field that's allowed to use his hands, whereas the other 10 men on the field are not. They can only use their legs and their head and their shoulder, their chest, but they can't use any of their arms as part of the sport. That's a foul. That's called a handball. And results in a free kick or a penalty kick if it happens in the box for the other team.
KG says a game that felt extremely or entirely winnable. We still lost. Sound familiar? I know. You look back at this Marlins series, Ben, you probably should have lost the first game. You definitely should have lost the second game, and you should have won the third game, and you ended up winning the first 2. It makes no sense at all. Sports are dumb. We say it all the time. Baseball especially is a really, really dumb sport.
SDFC, though, feels like most of the games they play, like they should have won. Yeah. There's only been a couple where you felt like, oh, they definitely didn't deserve to win that one. The rest of them, they have their chances. They're there. They either win them, they draw, or they lose, but they feel like they should have won. So they're still in good spot near the top of the table in the Western Conference. Their 5-match unbeaten streak does come to an end. They could have been almost perfect in May. No losses, but they suffer one in their last match. They will actually, I think that Saturday's still May, isn't it? 31st. So they got one more match in the month of May. Austin FC coming to Snapdragon Stadium on Saturday night at 7:30. I don't have anything planned right now, so I put in a request at least for a credential to go up to the press box and
look at you.
Check it out because I have not been to a game yet, and I feel like I need to get out there.
I'll be in a cave in Joshua Tree
right.
doing scream therapy or something.
Don't bring any 2C.
I will not bring. No, that's not this kind of trip. No 2C will be
good.
Carried with me to Joshua Tree. I'm going to try the Aaron Rodgers thing. Maybe. What did he do?
Darkness retreat.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe all options are on the
sensory
table.
deprivation,
potentially deprive myself of some senses. Yes, heading out Friday after the show. My once a year spiritual retreat. Went to the sound. What's the place called? The Integratron.
Oh, yeah.
Last time, which was one of the most incredible experiences I've ever had. Yeah. They do you lay there and it's amazing, magical place. But we did that last time. We're gonna go to Slab City. This time?
Oh,
I've never been.
Well, don't the people set up tents and stuff or RVs? Or...
I have no idea.
I've heard of it.
I've heard of Slab City too. I've seen pictures.
To really stay as far away as possible, actually, I think.
But I've never.
Is that near Burning Man?
I have no idea.
That's another thing that I stay as far away from as possible.
What I wouldn't give to have you cover Burning Man for this show. I would do anything to have you at either what's the festival they do downtown?
Waterfront?
No.
No.
The EDM one.
Oh.
I want you there next year for sure. And then I want you at Burning Man.
Burning Man sounds like my absolute nightmare.
Would you have an anxiety attack? Do you think?
I might.
If we now, what if I went with you
to Burning Man?
Yeah, I've never
that
been.
Might make it worse, actually.
You think so? Me just goading you.
Crossed.
Yeah,
without vowels.
With no vowels.
Yeah, crossed.
That would be good. And that's
downtown.
kind of a soft landing for you because it's
Maybe.
here. It's
yeah,
local.
At least I can go sleep
in
in
and
my own
out.
bed.
Yeah.
Well, I think what worries me the most is where am I going to sleep for the night? I like a comfy bed.
Yeah,
I don't want to do.
Can you save that, by the way, Adam? All right.
I like a comfy bed.
Yeah, you have those capabilities. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Slab City. I hear that it's really an interesting place. So we're going to do that.
Love slabs, do you?
I do love slabs. So we're going to go out there, see what that's about, and go out to the park Friday night as we always do and howl at the moon.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. I can't wait.
Let's check traffic. When we finish traffic, we'll talk about the Padres at the 1/3 mark of the 2025 Major League Baseball season next year on 97.3 The Fan. Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of surprised me as I was going through the standings yesterday, and I looked at the Padres, and they are officially now 20, 31, and 23, which is 54 games played. 54 times 3 is 162, meaning the Padres are officially 1/3 of the way through the Major League Baseball season. And wouldn't you know, 31 times 3 projects to 93, which is exactly the number of wins they finished with last season.
Correct.
On their way to the playoffs at 93 wins. Now, this year's National League is very competitive. You'd like to think that 93 is probably good enough to get the Padres into the playoffs as it was last year. I can't 100% promise you that, but if they do the same thing, 31 and 23 in the next two segments of the year, they would finish again with 93 wins and be tracking likely toward a playoff spot. Now, right now, if you look at the wild card standings, and since we're past Memorial Day, I think you are allowed to look at the standings. The Mets, who are behind the Phillies in the NL East, currently lead the wild card at 34 and 22. And then the Padres and Cardinals are both 8 games above 500 in a virtual tie for the second and third wild card spots, 1 game ahead of the San Francisco Giants. So those are your 4 top wild card contenders. Then you go down a few games to the Brewers, the Reds, the Diamondbacks, and the Braves, who are all between 3.5 and 5.5 games out.
They actually do wild. Yeah, they do. They have wild card right now. Yeah,
you can do it. You can do it on day one of the season. They figure it out, but it's not really that meaningful until you get later in the year, and you can pretty much ignore the standings for the first 2 months. But now that you're 1/3 of the way through, mentioned it on Memorial Day or on Tuesday that something like 65 to 70% of teams that are in first place go on to win their divisions, from Memorial Day on. So there is some significance now to where you are in the standings.
Well, so much has to go right for you. Honestly, so much has to go wrong for other teams. It's so health dependent. We've seen, God, over the last 5 years, think about when we've been covering this team, Ben, the last 7 years together, think about how many juggernauts there were in the first half of seasons and, completely fell off the map. We've been one of them. The collapse in 21, the team that could never get going in 23. We've seen it all. It means really nothing today. I think the Padres are in a really good spot. And I'll be honest, they're in a better spot than I thought they would be at this point to the season.
That's fair. I said earlier in the show, they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
And David J., our friend from Matt Friars, who was in the chat, said, I don't know, kind of said pretty good shape. I mean, they're 31 and 23, way better than they were last year. And they're managed by a guy whose teams always get better in the second half of the season.
Every year of his career.
Which is true.
It actually freaked me out that we got off to such a hot start.
But, if Mike Schilt does his thing and the Padres, improve as the game goes on, as the series goes on, as the season goes on, they're going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Now, if you go back, though, the Padres are right now 8 games above 500. They were 7 games above 500 after 7 games of the season. So essentially, for most of the first third of the season, they've played 500 baseball.
Yeah.
They've been 1 game above 500 since game 8 of the 2025 season. That's cherry picking. You don't erase the first 7 games and the wins they got against the Braves and the Guardians. But, at some point, they've been up, they've been down, they've been up, they've been down. Going 500 over long stretches is very common in Major League Baseball, even among good teams.
Sure.
You don't want to go way under 500 for long stretches, but you're okay going at 500, so that's fine. But I'm going to need a little bit more into this second third of the season just to make sure, the Padres at least stay where they are and maybe, slowly climb their way back up. You'd love to be 12, 14 games above 500, as you get closer to the All-Star break. And then, make a strong push in August and September, presumably after A.J. Preller finds a way to add pieces like a left fielder and maybe another pitcher in the trade market. And then, then go on a strong run at the end of the year. And not only could you get to 93 wins, I think, 96, 98 could still be on the table for this team. But a lot of that will be determined in this next month when the Padres have 26 games in 27 days.
Let me give you the opponents, too. You got the Pirates coming in who are just murdering the baseball right now. Brian Reynolds is finding his stroke. You've got O'Neal Cruz, who's really good power hitter for them. They got Mitch Keller's going to be going against us. He's been really, really good. You're going to miss Paul Skeen, so that's good. But you got to find a way to win this series at home against the Pirates, Ben, because after that, you got the Giants. Then you got the Brewers. Then you got the Dodgers here. Then you've got the Diamondbacks at their house. Then you've got the Dodgers at their house. Then you've got the Royals here. You got the Nationals here. And then you go to Cincinnati to finish the month. Yeah. And then July, you're greeted warmly in Philadelphia by the Phillies. And so, it's going to be June is going to be such a telling month for this
I think
team.
those are all, good teams, and those are all going to be challenges for the Padres. But the only team that you mentioned until the Phillies, so in the entire month of June, only one team has a better record than the Padres.
The Dodgers.
It's the Dodgers, and they're only 2 games ahead of the Padres. So it's not like you're taking on teams that are, we got no chance against all of these guys. No, you've been better than every single one of those teams that you mentioned other than the Dodgers. Maybe just a couple games better, but there's no impossible mountains to climb. It's just, I think the challenge is
6 against the Dodgers is going to be a challenge.
I would say the Dodgers would say the same thing about 6 against the Padres.
That's 7 actually.
The challenge is 26 games in 27 days.
Yep, with a decimated pitching staff.
You have been blessed early in the season by having weekly days off. Essentially, the Padres have had at least one day off almost every week of the season so far. It's allowed Mike Schilt to use his higher leverage bullpen guys aggressively. It's allowed him to keep his starters on usually a little extra rest as they've been going without having to go to a 6-man rotation. That all ends tomorrow. They have to have, pitchers every 5 days. They have bullpens that will not have off days to reset.
Yeah, man.
The challenge becomes much greater over this next month for the San Diego Padres, not only because the opponents are good, but because the schedule does them no favors for the next month of the season. Now, every team plays 162. They will all go through stretches like this over the course of the year. You got to survive it, though. I don't expect the Padres to make a huge run over the next month where they go 21 and 5 or something like that. It's not likely to go 21 and 5 in the next 26. But if they go 14 and 12,
it's pretty solid.
They're 10 games above 500. That's actually a fairly solid month of play with no days off.
No doubt. I think tempering expectations it's the way I live. You have to. David says, you guys are going to know what to do with yourselves on Fridays over the next month. No, we're not, because they've been off every friggin' Thursday so far, except for I think one this entire season. They played in Atlanta, I think, on a Thursday. We came in Friday. We're like, well, this is new. We actually have a game to talk about. So no, we're not going to know what to do with ourselves, certainly. But yeah, man, the stretch starts tomorrow with the Pirates. Going to ask Mike Schilt about that. Getting your guys ready for that. They have had plenty of days off to start the season. It's about to heat up.
I mean, you want to win this series against the Pirates or even sweep it, because that gets, if you're going for 14-12, 15-11, a good start is going to help you out, because this is your chance. You have an off day and then 3 against a last place team. And then the schedule gets tough.
No doubt.
It gets tough in June, and that's okay. That's okay.
That's what you want, man. That's it. That's how you become,
the Padres
become a great team.
The Padres have played well. I mean, the better teams they played, the Guardians, they swept them earlier in the season.
Is it all NL teams or no? We're going to have
it's mostly NL teams.
Mostly, yeah. We got the Royals,
I think, are the only interleague team.
No,
so
chalk those up to L's. But the rest, we should roll because we dominate the NL.
Second half of Ben and Woods, we got Real or Fake at 8:20. Eno Saris from The Athletic going to join us at 8:35. In-season Sammy's going to be in studio ahead of the roundtable at 10 o'clock. So lots to get to, plus a Klug report as well.
Can't wait.
Don't go away. Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
halfway home on a Thursday. Ben and Woods, 97.3, The Fan. And we do have the roundtable today, but halfway home on this radio program. Going to be doing the roundtable. The roundtable brought to you by Roundtable. Go figure. Just worked out that way. We are pizza royalty. Excited for it today. Benny is the host and always does such a great job. Adam Klug is he's the architect of it.
How did that work anyway? Did we come up with like the name of the roundtable, and then we went to Roundtable Pizza and asked them if they would sponsor it, or was Roundtable a sponsor and we thought, well, this would be a good tie-in?
Well, we've actually done the roundtables for several years. It wasn't always weekly. We used to do kind of season previews, season recaps. We also used to do them in this studio, which is all of you guys crammed in and sitting around the table. And we called it the round table. And
that's true.
I remember that.
Just seemed natural and organic to get a sponsorship from Roundtable.
What if, Pizza Hut had come in with a better offer?
Yeah.
What would we have named the Roundtable?
How could they have a better offer than our beloved Roundtable?
I don't think they could.
You're getting him in a little bit of...
I'm just saying, it worked out perfectly that they are the sponsor of the Roundtable.
Ben actually, off the air, when you weren't in here, said we should do it like once every other week.
I did not say that.
Oh, no, actually, you said once a month.
I did not even.
Yes, you did. Don't lie just because he's in here, just because that's your boss.
Say that.
He's your producer today.
You say it on the air all the time.
That was Ben's idea. He said, "Man, once a week is just getting to be a lot," and he does the extra work for it. And he's like, "What if we did it once a month?" I said, "I kind of like doing it every week."
It's such a good show. You guys do such a great job.
It is a fun show. I like getting to see my coworkers. Really, I do. I never get to see Elo. I never get to see Tony. I saw Tony the other day. I went down to the field and they had the scrum for Mike Shilton. He didn't get in it and I didn't get in it. We were over there just talking about youth baseball and hitting and I get so delighted when I get to talk to Tony Gwynn Jr. Man, I love
Padres are home. They're in town, so that means Tony Gwynn Jr.
It is weird that in television and radio, unlike most offices where you've got office hours and you run into your coworkers every day, we have day parts. So, morning people in radio and TV rarely see the evening people, and
You've
vice
worked
versa.
with people for 20 years.
Channel
You've
10,
never met them.
The morning crew, very unfamiliar. Now that I've started coming in a little bit earlier, I now see Jared Aarons and Melissa Masiha when I get to work.
Right.
When I would go months, maybe at the Christmas party.
Yeah.
I'll see him once a year at the Christmas party.
In fairness, though, Woods, there are people who are in the building at the same time as Ben, and he still doesn't know who they are.
That's
fair
true.
as well.
That's also very true. Captain says, Woods, do you grab a slice every round table? Asking for a friend. I don't actually eat a lot of round table pizza. I've explained it before. Tuesdays and Thursdays are the days that I go to my trainer. And I go right from the round table to the gym and right into work at 11:45 with this guy. And he's done a great job with me. And it's a really hard workout. It's harder than I would ever work out on my own, ever, which is why I pay for a trainer, because he pushes me to do things that I didn't know I was capable of. But the answer is, yeah, I could sneak a slice in. It's that feeling every time I work out with him that I'm going to vomit. The last thing I want to taste is like sausage and marinara sauce and pepperoni at the gym.
So usually when we go in there, it smells really good because they've just brought it in at the end of our show.
It absolutely kills me to be in
we've been
there.
on the air for hours. So I will almost always grab one of their breadsticks. They have like the cheesy breadsticks.
Yeah,
And
that's your first go-to.
I will cram one of those down right before the show.
Just a little carb it up.
And then when the
Carbo
show
load.
is over, I'll usually grab two. They have a fairly skinny slices the way they cut them usually. So I'll grab like two different skinny slices, and that'll be my little treat lunch at the end of the round table every week.
No, and I asked Ben. I mean, when it's over, I run out of there, because if not, if I'm standing there shooting the breeze, I'm probably going to end up with a slice in my hand. So I run out because I don't want to vomit on myself, and I don't want to taste pizza when I'm working out. So that's why I don't. I love it though. We went for the Little League party to Round Table in Encinitas. And I was not discerning that night as I powered through delicious pizza. So they do a really great job at Round Table.
A delicious cheese pizza?
No, I went with sausage.
Oh, you did? Okay,
yeah,
you did go with some
I stepped
sausage.
out a little bit, Benny. I stepped out.
Get out of your comfort zone?
I got out of my comfort zone. I do eat like a 7-year-old sometimes. I'm Woodsy. That's Adam Klug. He's filling in for Paul Reindl. We also call him Bald Reindl, but he has hair now. So I don't really know what to do.
Adam Klug has more national radio experience than the rest of us combined.
Well, I was just going to say, you forget like how long this guy's been in the biz. He's only how old are you? 33 years old, 35?
37. We had this discussion last week, right? 37?
I turn 42,
42.
in a couple of weeks.
What's your birthday?
June 14th.
All right, gotta put it in your calendar, dude.
I'll trust you to do it for me. Thank you.
As usual. That's on a Saturday. It's
So-
on Flag Day.
So before you were here, I know
Every year.
You were Doug Gottlieb's producer, right? Nationally.
Sorry about that.
That's correct.
Who's harder to deal with, me
Where-
or Doug Gottlieb, by the way? You can be honest.
Doug.
Oh, okay, good.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for you.
I
Woods.
can see that. I can see
I wasn't sure.
I can
Where else have you worked in your career?
I worked locally in Atlanta at a local sports station. I produced Morning Drive for about 4 years there. And then I went up to ESPN Radio in Bristol, and I worked at CBS Sports Radio in New York, which is now Infinity Sports Network. Same network, just changed names.
Which is what we have,
Which
our
we carry
national
nights and
programming. Yeah,
weekends.
nights and weekends. So you were at Bristol at the big the mothership.
Correct.
Which is a huge complex. I've never been there.
Massive.
But got the TV people, the radio people,
stars walking
production,
around, man.
executives. I mean, how big is that actual like compound?
Oh, massive. I mean,
Yeah.
they call it a campus. It's got, 10 or 12 buildings. They're generally, there's a couple buildings kind of off to a different area of the campus that are not connected, but the rest, you could literally walk from building to building to building with skywalks. They're all connected because the weather is so bad up there. So you want to be able to stay inside.
Wow.
And they have a gigantic, it's famous there, the cafeteria, massive cafeteria.
Well, we've seen it in some of the This Is Sports Center
Correct.
commercials.
But it's,
yeah.
it's real. It's true. And everyone's in there. You'll just be eating lunch and, there's Scott Van Pelt sitting down and eating a sandwich.
So rad.
I love those commercials, like the one where Scott Van Pelt's watching Arnold Palmer walk through and he makes his own Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, no, you like that one for sure. No, it's great. It's great. But this was interesting because I saw this come across my feed yesterday and I had to laugh. And I liked the cut of this guy's jib. I did. I thought he looked like a sharp guy. I thought he sounded like he sounded like a radio guy to me. So I kind of naturally took to him. Then I heard his message. And I went, oh boy, man, fan bases are losing their minds. Radio hosts are losing their minds. And I thought, I wonder if Adam Klug would appreciate this. What is his name again?
This is, we've got the video up on the screen set to play in just a moment. His name is Mike Bell.
Bell.
He hosts Afternoon Drive at our sister station in Atlanta.
Okay.
92.9 The Game.
And 92.9 The Game.
Correct.
And you worked for him.
Yes. He used to be Morning Drive when I was the producer. It was a station called 790 The Zone. No longer in existence, but I was his producer.
So you were his producer.
Yes.
Good guy?
Great guy.
It seems like a great guy. Really?
Very, very energetic, high energy, very funny, an incredible sense of humor.
Real interesting take he had there. Now, you grew up a Braves fan.
Yes.
They're having an odd season. They've got really good players. They just got Acuna back. They got Strider back. They're a team I picked to win the World Series. I thought they were really going to be the team that could challenge the Dodgers this year. It has not materialized as of yet, right? You had some injuries.
Injuries, the little pitching. I mean, look, same thing you can say about most teams.
Correct.
Strider hasn't looked the same since coming back.
Correct. Lost a little velo on the fastball. I
Didn't
think
really replace Max Fried.
Yeah, exactly. So some things have gone wrong in Atlanta, Ben. But Matt Olson seems to be the target of a lot of Braves fans' ire, which I don't know. I'd take Matt Olson on this team. You don't even know.
How much of that do you think is just because he isn't Freddie Freeman?
Potentially some.
Matt Olson's a great baseball player, but he's not Freddie Freeman.
But I would do filthy, disgusting things to have Matt Olson at first base for the San Diego Padres. You don't even want to know the depths of my depravity when it would come to having Matt Olson here. So again, be careful what you wish for, Braves fans. This take I thought was a little bit misguided by your boy Mike Bell.
If any Braves fan mentions exit velocity to me one more time, I swear to God, I'm going to come through the internet and choke you out. You're supposed to hit them where they ain't. Matt Olson is in a miserable, unclutched slump right now. I don't hear about OPS or WAR. I want to hear about some RBIs. I want to hear about knocking guys in with runners in scoring position. Stop this exit velocity. What's it called again, Carl? Exit what?
Velocity?
Who gives a shit?
Oh, Adam! I sent that to you.
I assume you got the dump button on that one. Wow.
You didn't tell me there was a curse.
Right at the end.
I thought that was the producer's
So he finished, if you were listening on the radio and we dumped it, he finished by saying, who gives a bleep? Yes, about exit velocity. Now you agree with me.
Interesting. A host filming a video,
With
funny, good
curse
opinion,
words?
putting it
Yeah.
on social media, engaging.
Wait. What?
Come on.
He said, interesting that a host would film a video and put it. Well, I'm not going to do a video like that because I don't want to sound like a moron that tells my guys to stop hitting the ball hard and that hitting the ball hard doesn't matter. I don't know Mike Bell. I like the cut of his jib.
Sorry, Purple.
That's such a bad sports opinion, an antiquated sports opinion. I don't even know where that comes from. You know, you're talking about hitting them where they ain't instead of hitting
the Louisa Rise, Tony Gwynn school. But flick your wrists and just
Matt
poke
Olson
it into the outfield.
So Matt Olson in a one-run game struck out with the bases loaded on a pitch up in the zone that he was trying to do damage on, and he didn't. I don't know. Mike Bell knows.
Baseball's hard.
Mike Bell knows enough about baseball to know that guys don't come through every single time. Matt Olson is a top 5 first baseman in baseball, in my opinion. And he hit in that game, hit a ball 109 miles an hour, 106 miles an hour, right at guys. I don't know, man. Like that to me, I thought, man, this is what we kind of got to get away from as sports radio hosts, as baseball fans. Like process is always going to win over. Look, you want results.
Now, if you're striking out excessively, there's something to be said for shortening up with 2 strikes, putting the ball in play and trying to make something happen. And you can give up a little exit velocity for that. But exit velocity, the people who criticize it, in and of itself, they'll say, well, it doesn't matter if it goes right at someone. Well, yeah, but what if you hit a hard ground ball up the middle? Well, that's usually, a base hit. If it's between the second baseman and the shortstop and you hit a 104-mile-an-hour ground ball, ask Stephen Kolek. He gave up a bunch of hard ground balls, but they found holes. Now, if you hit those at 78 miles an hour, the second baseman runs over 3 steps, picks it up, and throws you out. It's important to hit the ball hard. Even when you are hitting it on the ground, you have a much better chance of getting a hit when you hit the ball hard. It's not rocket science here. Hitting the ball hard is always a good thing.
And here you go. Batted balls over 95 miles an hour since 2021. You ready? A 494 batting average for the league. Batted balls under 95 miles an hour since 2021. A 221 batting average. Matt Olson, since becoming an Atlanta Brave, his batting average on balls that he hits over 95 miles an hour is a robust 516. When he hits it under 95 miles an hour, exit velocity, 176. Don't tell me exit velocity and hitting the ball hard is a bad thing.
He needs to hit the ball hard more often is what you need.
Exactly
Not less
right.
hard. More often, hit the ball hard is going to be a good thing.
He's 5th in F4 among Major League Baseball first basemen. His weighted runs created plus, WRC plus, is 121. Anything over 100 is great. He leads all Major League first basemen in DRS and outs above average. He's on pace for a 4-WAR season. I'll take him if you guys don't want him there. He's not the problem in Atlanta. And I just thought, man, that guy's got a platform and he's sending that out to the masses that Matt Olson is somehow not a good player because he struck out with the bases loaded one time. And I don't know. This is what you learn from the time you pick up a bat at 5 years old. Hit the ball hard. Hit it hard. Good things will happen. Hit it hard. Good thing. Now you hear put it in play. Good things will happen. Yeah, good things will happen when you put it in play. It still rings true in the big leagues. It does. Putting it in play is better than striking out. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes they roll 2 on you and you're done. I actually want Elias Diaz striking out more and putting the ball in play less.
Matt Olson's got a lot of red on his baseball savant.
Matt Olson's a really good baseball player.
I just want to go back for a second here. Did you watch that entire video that you sent me? All the way to the end?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Okay. So you knew about the curse word.
I forgot. I watched it yesterday. I
was wondering if it's one of those things where you watch a title and don't read the article. Did you just see the first 10 seconds and you send it to me? I didn't want to know if you watched the end. Because I get a video you send to me, I assume it's safe for air.
No, that's on me then. I did watch it yesterday and was like, oh, it jumped into my mind. I forgot that I say the S word all the time, so it didn't occur to me. Sorry about that.
Rarely does Woods watch things that are all safe for air. You should always assume that Woods
I just
is
assumed
watching
he didn't watch it all the way to the end.
That's true. But good producer though, Ben he's gonna vet that.
I got to go back to producer school.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Paul vets it.
Paul vets it.
Paul would have caught that.
He would have caught
Now, again, you're filling in. We
I
appreciate
did
that
catch
you're
it.
here.
I hit the dump button.
Yes, we did.
Good.
But the stream all got to hear it, and they're in shambles now.
Yeah.
Apparently, it made someone's child cry.
Ruined a lot of lives this morning.
All right, we will come back with a little real or fake on a Throwback Thursday. It's a chance for you to qualify here at the end of the month of May for our grand prize getaway to Las Vegas, tickets to see Bruno Mars, a 2-night stay at the Park MGM, and a $100 gift card. And you don't even need to beat Woods today. It's our trivia challenge, our real or fake challenge coming up next. 833-288-0973. It's actually not even trivia. It's just a straight up guessing game, essentially, with maybe a little knowledge that can help you out. 833-288-0973. Call in during our break. You can get and be our contestant. And then Eno Saris from The Athletic will join us for some smart baseball at the bottom of the hour. Stay tuned. More Ben and Woods coming up on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. Before we get to traffic, though, I want to tell you about SDFatLoss.com. Yeah, I occasionally indulge in some round table pizza, but I can say with 100% veracity, truthfulness, that I am the same weight I was when I finished the SDFatLoss.com program 2 years ago. I have not gained a pound back. I've kept it off with their maintenance plan, which does allow you to eat some things that are off program from time to time. I've told you, there is cheats. They know that you're a person that occasionally is going to get off program, but they will support you even when you're losing the weight. They will support you. They will keep you on track, and they will have you losing up to a pound of fat per day and 10 to 20% of your body weight in 60 days. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, kept all the weight off, and I did it without exercise. I did it without drugs or injections, and I did it without any prepackaged bars or shakes. Just real food, stuff from the grocery store, little meal planning. It was very simple, actually, for me. Chicken, steak, vegetables. I ate it. I lost the weight, got through it, and I feel so much better. Back pain, gone. Knee pain, gone. Sleep apnea, gone. I have so much more energy. I feel like I'm 15 years younger, honestly. If you would like to see similar results, you must give them a try. Give them a free consultation at SDFatLoss.com. They'll tell you about the program. You can take $200 off the cost right now during their spring special here in the month of May. You just have to get it started. Go to SDFatLoss.com. That's SDFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
Had the realization that before too long could be an empty nester, Woods. One of my sons is off on a summer trip, road trip. He's just leaving now, and he's exploring potentially moving out of state with some friends up in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh my!
A couple of months, I may be down a kid. Who knows?
Oh my God!
What if they both move away, and now I'm officially an empty nester here in the next year or so?
You know,
could happen.
As much as my kids are just huge pains in the ass.
You'd miss them.
I'm going to be a wreck. I'll be a wreck.
He's solid. He wants to,
he spread his
wings out a little bit.
That's good.
19 years old, and
yeah, that's good. That's good. I was the same way.
Yeah,
I needed to spread. Man,
I got one that's home, still probably going to be there for a while, which is fine too.
Yeah.
I like both.
You like both of your
ways.
kids.
I like both the kids. I like both of my kids. Yes, I do.
So
Yes,
he's leaving today.
He's leaving today on the exploratory trip. He's not moving out today, but he's going up.
Road trip
up the coast.
Ooh.
He's got friends up in Corvallis and then up in Seattle, and he's going to go hit both spots and
see what he likes.
And what the potential living, renting a house at some point,
School.
for next year. Yeah, perhaps transferring continuing school up there, finishing online, and then getting a job up there so he can pay for things.
Is he still playing in a band?
These are the guys that are up there, so I don't know if that's still part of the equation or not. But those are some of the guys. So
I hope so.
Wishing him the best of luck.
Are you nervous as a dad?
Of course, yes.
Because of the road trip.
Oh yeah, part of it. Yeah, or just being that far away from home, where I can't swoop in. If something bad happened.
Yeah,
I'm always just no more than 20, 30 minutes away from at work. But now
you make me sweat now.
You never know.
Oh, I hope he has a great time. I know he will.
I'm sure he will.
Those were the days. Man, those were the days.
We got Eno Saris joining us in our next segment. So right now, let's get to our game. It is time to play a little real or fake.
Some are here for the compelling sports talk with Ben and Woods. You can go plow through another donut. It's time for Real or Fake on 97.3 The Fan. Tell the people what they'll win today.
Tell Keenan, who is our contestant, that if he can get it 4 out of 7 right, he will qualify for our grand prize trip to Las Vegas, 2 nights at the Park MGM, and tickets to see Bruno Mars at the Dolby Live at Park MGM on September 3rd, plus a $100 gift card. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Good morning, Keenan. How are you?
I am doing well, gentlemen. Thank you.
All right. Our game is fairly simple. You just need to separate the real from the fake. You get one phone a friend from Woods.
It's terrible.
So the French Open is underway in Paris. And we know Woods dreams of one day living in Paris.
So much.
So, Francais, the theme for today's game. It's also National Coq au Vin Day, which is chicken cooked in red wine, Woods. But today, I'm going to give you a word, Keenan. You need to tell me if it's a real and delicious French pastry or a fake. In this case, an article of French clothing. How well do you know your French?
Not very.
Not even a little.
All right. Well, then it's a guessing game. I mean, if you've been to a bakery, a pastry shop, you should know some of these. All right, ready? Real or fake French pastry? Round number 1. Flognard. Flognard. Real or fake, Keenan?
Oh, that's too crazy. It's got to be real.
Got to be real, and it is, Adam? Real. Yeah, it's kind of a big pancake with fruit in it.
Frenchie in the chat. Frenchie says, I can help with this.
Well,
I would imagine.
He's already on his way with one, and he hasn't even used his phone a friend. All right, let's go. Round 2. Dacroix. Dacroix. Real or fake French pastry, Keenan?
I think the French like their words long for food, so we're going to say that's an article of clothing.
All right. Dacroix is... No, that is also, it's a layered cake, usually kind of multicolored. All right, we're 1-1. Let's go to round number 3. Monteau. Real or fake French pastry, Keenan?
Sounds like it's pointing to my toe. We're going to go with clothing.
Maybe, yeah, it's a long coat. Very good, a manteau. All right, so we are 2-1
You look
as we
good
go to
in a
round
manteau.
number 4. Croquembouche. Croquembouche. Real or fake, Keenan?
Phone a friend.
That sounds like food.
Yes, food.
Food,
Real.
correct. That's pastry puffs piled into a big tower.
Delicious. A pastry puff tower.
All right, we just need one more correct answer, and you are good to go. Let's go round number 5. Clafouti. Clafouti. Real or
I'm
fake?
sorry, that sounds... Is that something treatable with antibiotics?
Clafouti.
Save the bits for us. I have no idea.
Oh,
Clafouti.
It's either pastry or clothing. Clafouti.
Let's say fake.
He says
clothing.
fake. Keenan?
I'm going to go with Woodsy.
All right. Woodsy for the win. No,
Son of a-
it is a cherry tart cake. All right, so that's all right.
Sounds
You got
good,
2
too.
more.
I'm going to be so fat.
All right,
when
let's
I
try
go
this
over
one, Keenan. Panois. Panois.
there. Panois.
Panois.
That's got to be food.
Gotta be. It is a bathrobe. And once again, we come down to round number 7. For all the marbles.
Croissant.
Caleçon.
What is it?
Caleçon.
Oh, this. You tricky.
Caleçon.
Calzone.
We're going with food.
Yeah, food.
Oh no! Underwear briefs, and that was a Padres-like collapse there
That
with
was.
a big lead. I'm sorry, Keenan. Thank you for
That
playing.
was a trick question.
You did not. I know it sounds like a calzone, but that's calzone is underwear. Sorry, Keenan. Thank you for playing. We cannot qualify
Sorry,
you for our
Keenan.
grand prize. Yeah, with the little C with the tilde under it, as question is moot, put in the chat.
Do you think it's important for me over the next 5 to 7 years to even attempt to learn French?
Yeah,
Because it seems very
absolutely.
daunting.
No, you can do it. You should.
It seems very daunting.
All right, we are going to have Eno Saris, who is a cultured man, should know some things about pastries and, beer and sandwiches
Sure.
and more. He's going to join us next. We'll talk a little smart baseball. That is coming up right after this on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Quickly, gang, wanted to tell you, if you're maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high-interest debt, you can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. You can get cash out of your home's equity now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours, paid off their debt, renovated their kitchen, cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That's a really big turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, and no hard credit pull up front. Your home's equity is yours. Use it. Get cash out to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home. See how much cash you can get out today. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, 2,500 5-star Google review, service off the charts. Call them now. Get it going. 619-207-4336, loanpronto.com, 619-207-4336, or loanpronto.com. Get debt relief now. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781. On approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the Players' Place.
To forming smart and educated opinions about baseball, sample size is always a big thing.
Sure.
One game doesn't tell you anything about the game of baseball.
10 games may not.
54 games, Padres exactly 1/3 of the way through the season. At least you got a little data to work on there. And we got Eno Saris standing by from The Athletic. He is going to join us for his weekly Smart Baseball segment right after this check of traffic on 97.3 The Fan.
It's time for the super polished, yet to be named Smart Baseball Weekly segment with Eno Saris, son of a bitch. Brought to you by 7 Mile Casino, just 7 minutes from the ballpark by the bay in Chula Vista. Here's Eno Saris with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
And I believe the Padres and Mariners were the last two teams to get to the 1/3 mark of the season. Of course, that means more games to play and a busy stretch coming up for the San Diego Padres as we welcome Eno Saris onto the program. So, can we look at the standings now and actually, take some meaning in what we've seen through the first third of the season?
Pretty much. Because of that COVID season, I did actually look into when a team's record is predictive of its future record, basically. And I found it's around 60 games. So there's a lot of signal in what happens. And I think I read that 9 of the 12 teams that were in the hunt, in the postseason at this point last year made the postseason. So most likely they have made their case. It is true that basically 1.5 per league that are in right now won't be in. For me, though, I'm a little bit more looking at the Giants because their offense is not that great.
And you wonder too, with the, I every year baseball changes and the deadline and wild card teams and teams think they're in it or they're on the cusp and what should we do? And, I think we need to get to a point here in San Diego where, you need to add, like there are pieces that AJ Preller needs to be, and he is confirmed on this show. I'm actively shopping, for a left fielder right now. The platoon of Jason Hayward and Gavin Sheets. Gavin Sheets is not an outfielder, has done an admirable job, certainly hitting the ball. But yeah, he's going to need to upgrade. So, as you look at it around the league right now, I don't know how to gauge what's going to happen at the end of July, just because of that expanded wild card formatted. But I do know a couple of teams that probably need to be looking to the future now. And I wonder, Orioles, Red Sox, teams like that, are they going to be unloading? Come July?
the two teams you mentioned don't really have veteran pieces that fit. I guess the closest would be Cedric Mullins.
Yeah.
On the and that would be a good piece. And he's a rental, so it wouldn't cost as much. Maybe that's attainable for the Padres. I think that also a team like the Rangers might come into focus. I think their next 20 games are really important. If they're below 500 in those next 20 games, they're going to fall further out of that race. And in terms of what's not locked down in Texas, I think that like Adolis Garcia, who is entering his final year of arbitration next year, before he becomes a free agent, could be somebody that could be available. So both those guys would be interesting. Garcia is going to cost more than Mullins, and maybe be a potential, more of an impact offensively, although he's been down this year. One question I have, though, is like, what do the Padres have to trade?
It's a good question.
Probably most of their first round, second round picks from last year.
Yeah, the Boston Batemans, the Cash Mayfields, the guys like that have some potential. But again, how long can you continue to do that? That's kind of the question that a lot of Padres fans ask as well, is like, do we want to keep mortgaging the future? Because again, AJ Preller, I have ultimate faith that he can go out and find, he does a good job in the draft, period, the end. And his prospects are always pretty highly ranked. I know the farm system was down a little bit this year, but still there's guys coming out that are interesting pieces without trading, your number one guy in Leo Dallas DeVries. I think he stays, but he finds a way. He seemingly finds a way to drum up interest in guys every year. I wonder how long it's sustainable for.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even the guys that you mentioned that were just drafted seem pretty far away. And,
yeah.
Teams for the most part prefer getting guys that are a little bit closer. Now, if they think they have great upside, then maybe they will take someone that's further away. And the Orioles in particular do need pitching. So somebody like Cash Mayfield could be the basis of a deal for Cedric Mullins.
I want to go back to something you mentioned. You said the San Francisco Giants, little shaky. I've heard that opinion elsewhere that, teams that might not hold the rest of the year. But you said, their offense isn't that good. They've scored more runs than the Padres. They've also given up fewer runs than the Padres. Should we be concerned about the San Diego Padres, maybe more so than we are, because of numbers like that and a run differential that isn't all that impressive right now?
Yeah, I mean, going forward, the projected run differential is almost identical. And so you do have the benefit of having banked two fewer losses. And so they, if they play just to projections, then the Padres end up a game ahead of the Giants. But there's a specter of additions. I think it's a little bit easier, actually. I would look at the pitching side for the Padres, and getting a pitcher that can get you to the postseason, as opposed to one that will start for you in a playoff series, I think is maybe one of the easiest things to do.
Sure.
Getting a 4 or 5. And that's not something the Giants need. If they need something, they need an impact bat. And that's really hard to get. And I don't know how Buster's going to do things. I know that Farhan probably wouldn't have spent everything to get an impact bat. The closest he got was Chris Bryant, and he only did that because it was a rental and it was relatively cheap, actually. And it didn't turn out to be an impact situation anyway. But I would say that what the Giants need is going to be harder to get at the deadline than what the Padres need.
Talking to Eno Saris here on Ben and Woods this morning. I was thinking about it yesterday. I always think about the trade deadline. It's such an interesting time around here because it's always very active, and there's always moves being made, and some great pieces have been found. The Jason Adams of the world, Tanner Scott was excellent for us last year. Not doing so hot in LA right now, but I was thinking about it with so many advanced analytics. Is it harder to trade guys these days or easier than it used to be? Because you'd see the Yankees go out and make a big splash at the deadline years ago for a Danny Tartable or something, somebody like a Cecil Fielder, or you're like, man, wow, how did we get that guy? Is it harder now because you're like, well, I'm not going to trade him because the underlying metrics of his blah, blah, blah project out to this over the next 5 years. Is it more of a beating to try to swing a deal for a GM these days?
I think it's harder, and it's because of the homogenization of the analysis, but also the numbers. And so they're all hooked up to StatCast now. Yeah. And yes, some teams, the teams that are really far behind, are basically taking the pre-chewed numbers, like the kind of stuff that we see on Savant, barrels and stuff like that, and just kind of using what's given to them almost in a way. The advanced teams are making more of those numbers and doing more advanced, interesting analysis. On the other hand, they're using the same data, they're all looking at the same numbers. And they've all decided to some extent that analysis and research and development and analytics are worth investing in. And so the difference is just shades, shades of a color rather than, orders of magnitude.
Yeah.
And so I think it is harder, and every team wants years of control.
Yep.
They're all versed in the CBA, and they all know about years of control. And no team is willing to really. There's two things you don't see traded at all anymore. You don't see money traded, bad money, right?
Yeah, I remember those deals.
Yeah, you don't like there was a deal where the Dodgers took on when they got Adrian Gonzalez.
Yeah, they got the Josh Beckett and all these guys for tons and tons of money.
Yeah, they just took on all the money. The last one that I can remember of is almost the Hosmer deal, and that one took forever, and it was only the last year. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that's the last one I can think of. So the bad money doesn't get traded, and like top 10 prospects don't get traded. Roman Anthony not getting traded. Jack Caglione not getting traded. And I would even say number one prospects for a team don't really get traded. Yeah. So what you're seeing is that the quality of prospect keeps going down. Now that does offer an opportunity for someone like AJ to step into the void and say, hey, nobody's trading prospects. I'll trade prospects. I'm here. And that's allowed him to profit to some extent. It also has maybe painted him in the corner now when he doesn't have any left. But, the very top prospects don't get traded. And I think that's evidence of what you're talking about. There's certain things that are untouchable. People are thinking about baseball the same way. They're using the same data, and that makes trading harder.
Talking to Eno Saris from The Athletic. Eno, at the bottom of the barrel, can you put into maybe kind of numerical perspective how bad the Colorado Rockies are? Because they're not faking this. This isn't unlucky bad. They're truly maybe the worst team that baseball has ever seen. How did that happen?
Oh, man. I mean, when I'm talking about teams that are just basically using the pre-chewed stats, they're one of them. They've tried to invest in analytics, and their entire analytics team has quit in April 2 years in a row. And that doesn't happen in baseball because you don't have a job if you quit in April. They think they've had it figured out, and they're super old school, which is fine, but they don't really have an open ear for anything else. They think they've got it figured out. And they've made, their owner has made public projections, talked about their, our team projects to be good this year. And you're like, what? They're just totally, they just have a deaf ear for anything new, and they're not really trying. They're all out of ideas. They haven't tried any. And, what's on top of that is just, some of it could be some poor luck and maybe some rebuilding, but they wouldn't think they were rebuilding going into the season. So, it's a lot of that. But what you see is the first month was one, I wrote a piece saying the first month was one of the 0.5% worst months in the history of baseball. The second month has been worse.
Wow.
That's by run differential. But the thing that hurts me the most is that if I had any ideas for the Rockies, it would be almost the opposite of what they're doing now, which is I would load up on older sluggers. I'd bring the Blake Street Bombers back. I would try to figure out where I could skimp on defense and just try to score 6 runs a game. Right now, they're allowing 6 runs a game and scoring 3 runs a game. So, if I had my druthers, if I couldn't make a pressurized dome in Denver,
right?
Then I would probably probably not. But if I would probably have like all of my pitchers pitch 3 innings, and people might hate it, but I would try something.
Yeah, try something new.
Yeah, so I would try like all of our pitchers pitch like 2 to 4 innings. And some of them pitch more often in Denver, and some of them pitch more often on the road. And we've got really good outfield defense, but our infielders all have bricks for hands and hit like 35 homers each.
Yeah, 100%.
Appreciate it as always. We're out of time, but we'll chat with you again next Thursday. Happy third of the baseball season done.
Yeah, and happy stabilization of team record day.
Yeah. I mean, this is an actual sample size for baseball going forward.
The fence post.
Okay, that's a better name. Happy good sample size day.
Good sample size day. Sarah's from The Athletic, brought to you by 7 Mile Casino. Yeah, I don't know that it makes me feel much better that, the Padres are a game ahead of the Giants, and we project them to stay exactly 1 game ahead of the Giants for the next 4 months. Oh, that's gonna be torture.
It's not for the week,
through.
man. This season's not going to be for the week. You better check it now. It's gut check time for fans and players alike. Certainly, it's going to be an interesting ride.
There's a lot of variance that goes into trying to hold on to a 1-game lead for 4 months of the season.
I don't like
2 teams that are essentially fairly equal in their projections.
That stuff on the Rockies is eye-opening. I've seen other stories similar about how closed-minded they are, but like the idea that they actually thought they'd be good.
That's the best part.
And now we're a couple months in, you're like, wait, we have the worst record of all time?
Delusion.
How did that happen?
Delusion and ego are very powerful things. Very powerful things.
But they don't like the way the Padres do their
No,
business.
but he hates it.
All.
Dick Manfard hates it.
Not at all. All right, we'll come back. A Klug report. And in-season Sammy in our final hour. Lots to get to. Don't go away. More Ben Woods on the way on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. So don't forget, this time tomorrow, we will be joined by Mike Schilt for the Manager's Report, which is refreshed by Eco Water SoCal. Mike Schilt will join us at 9 o'clock as the Padres get ready to host the Pittsburgh Pirates for the first of 3. You can try alkaline water for just $9.95 a month. Eco Water SoCal, keeping it soft since 1925. And we'll talk more in the roundtable a little bit about yesterday's game. I like to keep it more to bigger picture issues in the roundtable because this is a show that I want you to be able to go back, all weekend and, listen if you missed it. So, we'll talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. We're not going to focus entirely on one blown lead to the Miami Marlins.
Yeah.
That's one game and 54 of them that they've played so far this year.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I hated that loss yesterday. I was over it pretty quickly. I was at the game the night before where we absolutely should have lost and we won. And baseball has a weird way of evening out in that respect. But yeah, anytime you lose to the Marlins, it's not a great thing.
I did like that they had an inning that we saw so many of them early in the season where they put together a lot of hits and scored 5 runs. Yeah. The power of friendship inning that, Jackson Merrill talked about the day before. They really had one yesterday when they scored 5 times and passed the line. They keep doing that. They're going to win a lot of games.
Good things will happen.
That's the formula for good things happening for the San Diego Padres. They're not going to blow a bunch of 6-1 leads all season long. Their
I don't think
is
so.
Good. It just didn't work out yesterday, on one particular occasion. But we see more offense like that. And the offense has shown signs of coming out of its slumber. Fernando Tatis Jr. still doesn't look quite Fernando-like, but Arise is swinging it a little bit better. Obviously, Manny seems to remain a threat. Sheets has been hot lately now. Cronies, I like how he's swinging the ball. So, there's some good signs as well. It wasn't all a negative from yesterday's game. We'll get back to baseball in a little bit, though, but we got a special treat in studio today.
Massively.
Our boss, Adam Klug, is going to deliver a Klug report.
And get things started here with our today's edition of the
Klug
report.
Now tuned into the greatest.
Welcome to the
Klug
report. Right. 2 stories from the world of sports that we haven't gotten to yet.
We'll start off in Major League Baseball.
And 1 story that you didn't know you needed. It's the
Klug
report on 97.3 The Fan.
Are you ready to bless the mood? I need some help, please.
That was good.
Take it away.
Kluger.
There were some other sports last night other than baseball. We haven't gotten to them. So let's do a quick update on what happened. We'll start in the world of basketball. We have one half of the NBA Finals set. The Thunder demolished the T-Wolves by 30 points, 124-94, winning the series in just 5 games to advance to their first NBA Finals since 2012. Those were the KD, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Serge Ibaka teams.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 34 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists. It was pretty much over after the first quarter when Minnesota scored 9 points after 1 quarter. 9. And they pretty much decided,
that's it.
All right, our season's over. Let's regroup and look ahead to next year.
Come back next year. Come back stronger.
As the Thunder advanced to the finals for the second time since moving from Seattle. They were also in the finals, I think, back in 2012, but they have not won a title with the Thunder. So they'll have a chance against either the Knicks or more likely the Pacers, who will take a 3-1 series lead into Game 5 tonight as they try to close it out on their home floor against the New York Knicks.
Pacers have that opportunity. Up 3-1, they could punch their ticket. Do you like OKC's chances regardless of opponent?
I do. Pacers will be a tougher, I think, opponent for them than the Knicks. But OKC plays hard. They, they're more of a throwback college back. I mean, they play hard. Not to say that other teams are not playing hard, but there's always a certain relaxed feel in an NBA game at certain points, and you don't see it as much with OKC. And I like that about the Thunder.
Save that.
Does Paulie care about, is he bitter towards the Thunder that it used to be Seattle?
Yeah, he's still a little salty about the Thunder having
Sonics were his team.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, I don't blame him either.
We had another team advance to their sports championship round in 5 games last night as the Florida Panthers defeated the Carolina Hurricanes 5-3 to advance to their 3rd consecutive Stanley Cup final after rallying back from a 2-0 deficit in the first period. Just like in the NBA, the other half of the Stanley Cup finals could be set later tonight.
Oh, boy.
The Edmonton Oilers have a 3-1 lead over the Dallas Stars in the Western Conference Finals. What is your level of interest in watching the Stanley Cup finals?
Wasn't the finals last year Florida against Edmonton too? I didn't watch that one, so I don't think I'm probably watching this one either.
I'm gonna watch some of the game tonight. My dad's a massive Stars fan. We have a lot of tier 1s that are massive Stars fans as well, and grew up going to Stars games. So I'd like to see them win. But
If it goes to game 7 and it goes to overtime, I'm all in.
3-1.
That's what it takes?
Usually, yes.
3-1 seems a little dire.
But everyone says playoff hockey is the best thing you can ever watch on TV.
Hey, listen, if there was an NHL team here, we'd be psychotic about it. Psychotic about it. There's no question. Right?
About regular season or just playoffs, you're saying?
Just the whole team.
The whole
I think
thing.
we'd be really
Be
into
all
it.
in,
Yeah.
man.
I think we'd be a really great NHL town.
I do too.
And
if
no,
Florida can go to the friggin' finals.
I mean, it just the fact that the Gulls draw as many fans
Yeah.
as they do, and they have so many diehard fans, tells you there's a lot of love for hockey because it's still a minor league product.
Yeah.
And I can
It's
never
a feeder team.
I can
right?
never get over the fact that no matter how good you are, your players are destined to be sent up to Anaheim. You know, you can't fall in love with any of your players. You're just cheering for a minor league team to try to win a minor league championship. It's just not the same. I'd rather watch the Seals. At least I know that those are the best box lacrosse players in the world playing for a championship. The Legion, that's at least Major League Rugby. It may not be as popular of a sport, but I know that that's the real championship that they're playing for. Winning the Calder Cup in the AHL is just not going to do much for me.
Yeah, I mean, like if I lived in a minor league baseball city, it would probably drive me insane. I'd go to the games and I don't know. I don't like if you lived in Pawtucket, right? Like I used to go to games in Pawtucket, but it was fun and you can fall in love with a little bit with players.
I mean, if I was a diehard Red Sox fan, that would be cool. Go to the games and watch them. I'm not a diehard Ducks
If you
fan.
lived in Lake Elsinore, you'd go to a ton of Storm games because you love the Padres. So that's the thing. You're not an Anaheim Ducks fan. It's kind of hard. I can see your point, but yeah, I think NHL here would be so good.
I think what you said is interesting. Like, you think it would be significantly more popular than SDFC has been with MLS?
No, but it would be, I think, along similar lines.
Yeah, it'd be close. Maybe not even close, but this is such a soccer town. I mean, it's so evident.
Yeah, and Drew, I'm not hating on the Gulls. They put on a good show.
Oh yeah, we love Matt Savant. We love all
fun,
those guys.
It's a fun night. I've been to several games
Derek,
over
our
the
boy.
years, but again, in terms of my sports fandom,
Giving your gut to it.
I'm
for
never
going to
I'm never going to be into it. Living and dying by the standings the way I am with the Padres or now SDFC because I just know it means something on that level, and it's not what their goal is. Their goal is not winning. It's developing players for another team. That's what makes them successful.
Yeah, I think if we had an NHL team here, I think I'd be a lunatic about it because I love the sport and I have a hard time following it sometimes on TV, but going to games is a freaking blast. I love lacrosse so much now because I started doing it, doing the Seals PA. I love it so much. I watched some of the finals. Bandits beat the Saskatchewan Rush to win their 3rd straight championship. I love it, and I think I would be head over heels for an NHL team.
I look at a Gulls game more like going to a movie. I'm going to a night of entertainment. It's going to be good entertainment.
Cool. Night out with the family.
Yeah, night out with the family. It's going to be fun. It's something fun to watch, but it's not my sports passion and my heart, as you said, is not into it. It's just a fun night at watching an event unfold on the ice with some skilled players out there. Yeah, a concert, a movie, something like that.
Yep.
And finally, I think this is a story that all of us can really empathize with. I think we've all been on an airplane, right? And when it lands, people jump to their feet, they grab their bags, they rush to try and move to the front of the plane and get off the plane, only to stand there and crowd the aisles and wait because the plane hasn't fully stopped. The doors haven't opened yet. I know I've thought that those people are dopes. Well, according to the New York Post, the country of Turkey will now fine passengers that get out of their seats before the plane stops taxiing or crowd the aisle before their rows turn to deplane. Do you guys think this is a good idea?
Absolutely. I think it's the only way you can hurt the only way you can enforce said rules is through. There needs to be there's an order of things.
There's an
order, and it's something you work out with the guy across the aisle, right? You do that. If let's say you're in row 21, and it's going to be a minute, so I just sit in my seat and I look at him and I kind of gauge what his scenario is. He's got his carry-on. You know what I'm fine with? I'm fine with getting up, getting your luggage out of the deal. I'm okay with that. Now, sometimes to do that, you have to stand up. Right. So,
as long as you
don't move out of your turn,
correct,
and you go ahead of the aisle that's in front of you. First row leaves. Second row leaves.
Yes.
Third row leaves.
So
this
Adam,
is how it works.
You ask why I'm okay with that.
But you said to grab your luggage, then you got to sit back down and just have your luggage on your lap.
Either that or stand calmly and quietly in the aisle, waiting your turn, not pushing forward. That's the thing I have the biggest issue with jumping rows. Because here's the thing: we've all been behind the person that is sitting, and it's their turn. They get up, and then they open the overhead, and they're fumbling around. I'm always the guy. I'll do it. Just give me the thing, and I get it out for them. But I'm okay with standing. I'm not okay with the pushing forward. Standing in your aisle with your carry-on is fine, right? But moving 1 inch forward,
then you're crowding the people who are still sitting.
I lose my mind. I like to stand up after the flight's over sometimes, right? Just to stretch my legs, but I don't move an inch.
What other things that involve common basic courtesy would you like to see fined if people don't do them?
You know my take on sandwich people. And also a guy the other night, perfect example. Kids wanted some gelato after we went and did something. I can't remember. So we went to a gelato place. Guy in front of me. I'm not joking. It was him, his kid, and there were my 13 people behind him in line. 13 waiting for our one little scoop of gelato. My man tried 4 different samples. You know what he tried? Raspberry. Here's a clue. Tastes like raspberry. He tried vanilla. He tried cookies and cream. And one, he tried like it was a fancy Italian one, like biscotti or something. So he tried that. I'm going to give you the biscotti. The raspberry tastes like raspberry. The vanilla tastes like vanilla. And the cookies and cream tastes like cookies and cream. You don't need a sample of that.
Some places will limit how many samples you can get.
I almost choked him out. I started to seethe, and I was like, dude,
I like the limit.
I
think the limit for samples should be 0. Don't give out samples. If you order it and you absolutely hate it, then they should replace it. Like, it's fine. It's one scoop of ice cream.
Wasteful.
Yeah, it's wasteful. But you know what? If you give them a bad scoop of ice cream, then they should replace it.
I'd
and
almost just
make
rather
you
say
happy.
you don't even replace it. You dug your grave. You got to live in it now,
You
right?
made your bed.
You ordered some lemon sorbet. Like, what did you think it was going to taste like?
Hey, do you know what the lemon sorbet tastes like? It tastes like lemon.
Sorbet.
It tastes like lemon. The raspberry one is the one that got me. That's the one that got me. I'm like, buddy, it tastes like raspberry. Hannah was elbowing me. I was like, oh my God, come on. Self-awareness. Look behind you and say, oh my God, there is a huge line of people and kids.
People in the chat talking about not returning your cart in the parking lot of the grocery store.
There's no way to find someone who does this, but if I'm like exiting a neighborhood or something, turning right, and there's a car coming, no blinker on, and then as soon as they get close to me, then they turn right into the same thing. I'm like, well, if you had given me a blinker, I could have turned out 30 seconds ago.
Here's what makes normally very calm, very patient Ben lose his ever-loving mind. When I am approaching a stoplight and there is a car in front of me, and it's a green light in front of me.
F you!
But the car in front of me is just like slowing down, and you know it's about to turn yellow. And they keep just and you're behind them, and you can't do anything. And then it turns yellow, and they keep going slowly and slowly. And then they turn, but now it's already red, and you can't go.
Yeah,
and they prevented you from going because they had no thought whatsoever that there was someone behind them who also would have liked to have made that left turn. They only cared about themselves, and they know, well, I'm going to make it, so I don't need to do anything. I can go as slow as I want, and I'm going to make this right on the edge of the yellow. But everyone behind me is now no longer going to make it. It drives me absolutely insane.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Can I give one more?
Sure.
When you're trying
It's
to
your
turn,
segment,
when you're
buddy.
trying to turn right or something, and there's a crosswalk, and there's somebody walking across, and they don't speed up. They just walk their same pace, despite you being waiting there. You're waiting for them to cross. That doesn't bother you?
It does. It does.
Hey, buddy, I'm here. Can you pick it up a little bit? A little urgency?
I always watch the clock. I'm like, you son of a bitch. You still got 12 seconds. Go ahead. Take your time, buddy. That doesn't bother me as much as the sample guy and the Jersey Mike's lady that orders 12 sandwiches. That happened to me again. I can't go anywhere. My whole life is Curb Your Enthusiasm. Everywhere I go, I get in the worst line. I get the slowest person, the guy with the coupons, the guy buying lottery tickets. If I go into 7-Eleven to get a tea, an iced tea that I enjoy, I get behind the guy. Let me get 14 quick picks, and then let me get here. Let's do this. I'm going to cash this lottery ticket out for $1. Oh, this one I got a free ticket on. Let's do that every time, 100% of the time. And I stand behind him, and I see there needs to be a separate section for lottery people, like a kiosk somewhere with a lottery representative waiting to just handle lottery stuff.
I also can't stand at the gas station when I put my card in and it says it can't read the chip. And then you have to go in and pay. And the guy goes, yeah, we've been having trouble with that one. Then put a sign on it so I can go to a different one and I don't have to go inside and pay for gas.
I was unnecessarily upset the other day when I pumped gas and they asked me if I wanted a car wash. I said, yeah, absolutely. I'll take the extreme wash. It's extreme.
Because you get 10 cents off a gallon.
No, I just needed to get my car washed.
Right.
And it was and I got it. And I finished pumping my gas. He said, please come inside for a receipt. I acted like a 4-year-old. I was like, it was 25
you needed the code.
You had to go in and get the code.
You had to go inside.
He goes, yeah, we've been having trouble with that receipt out there. I'm like,
why don't you fix it then?
I know. I'm aware. Thank you for my code. I did. I was petulant. I like kicked my feet walking. I'm like,
Did you have to wait for someone buying quick pick lottery tickets
that one actually
before
was
you got your receipt?
That one was fairly smooth, man.
Oh,
good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Adam. Great job on the Klug Report.
We will have another one tomorrow. Adam is
will.
also going to be in for our Friday edition of Ben and Woods. Although remember, this segment will be reserved for Mike Schultz tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. For the manager's report. All right, rest of baseball had some more action going on. We can recap it before we get to in-season Sammy, who's going to join us in studio ahead of today's roundtable over in our sound space. Lots more to get to. Do not go anywhere. Ben and Woods continuing here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. GEGE 000-466. For a full list of games and rules, played at 7 Mile Casino. Visit 7milecasino.com.
Hey, the weekend is coming up, and if you don't have plans yet, I know Father's Day is in a couple of weekends.
Oh, yeah.
Brunch, I know, is usually thought of as a Mother's Day thing, but a Father's Day brunch at 7 Mile Casino would be fantastic. At Sammy's at 7 Mile, they got the award-winning best brunch in the South County. It's Saturdays and Sundays, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., and what dad wouldn't want to stick around and then play a little California-style blackjack or Texas Hold'em poker on their fun day in June?
Can I go by myself?
You can.
7 Mile, because I can't take my kids with me. But, yeah, I would love to go play some California-style blackjack.
I think more grown-up adults.
Yeah,
but
fair.
That's fine.
That's fair. Take a sit down and have a little kung pao chicken as well. The food there is spectacular.
Well, the kids can't eat at
Oh, yeah.
Sammy's.
Yeah,
you just have to
absolutely.
go into the restaurant. They can't go into the casino part,
They got
obviously.
a great little restaurant area. They got a killer view on the patio. Such a great place to go, hang out, have a beer. But I love California style blackjack there. They will take your high limit action as well. So no need to worry. If you're a big high roller like Ben, you can go in and sit down. They'll take care of you.
Beautiful weather around the corner. You've got the view of the bay, which is fantastic. Plus, you're not driving out into the 100-degree East County in the summer. You're right there on the coast. Short drive. Sammy's at 7 Mile and 7 Mile Casino, just 7 minutes from downtown.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
A loss is a loss, and at the end of the season, you need more wins than losses, and to make the playoffs. So it doesn't really matter what the other teams do on any given day. But does it make you more frustrated when you lose, when every other team in your division also loses? Or are you more mad when you lose and every other team wins and you drop a game in the standings to everybody?
Honestly, dude, I swear to God, when they lost that game yesterday, I go, well, at least the Dodgers lost. I did. It's
you didn't lose any ground.
That's
but
it.
You could have. You could have gained a game on everybody.
And I don't know. What are you? Because that's an interesting way to fan. I am always of the opinion of, I'm like, well, didn't get any worse. So I didn't lose any ground. I don't look at it as, well, I didn't gain any ground.
I can take comfort in not losing any ground, but there is something that sticks. Like, man, you could have.
It doesn't
you could have pulled within a game of the Dodgers. You could put some distance from you and the Giants, and they all lost yesterday. The Dodgers were up 4-1.
Yep.
To the Cleveland Guardians, looking for a sweep, and the Guardians rallied back. Big inning and a 3-run tie-breaking home run from Angel Martinez as they avoided the sweep and beat the Dodgers 7-4. The Giants were up, and then the Tigers scored 4 in the bottom of the 5th inning and held on for a 4-3 win to complete their sweep of the San Francisco Giants. And the Diamondbacks got their teeth kicked in by Paul Skeens and the Pirates, 10-1, the final, which is great. I mean, I love seeing the Diamondbacks lose. It does give me some pause knowing that the Pirates, I believe, have outscored the Diamondbacks since falling behind in game 2 of that series. Let me look back, because the Pirates came back from, just like the Padres did, from a 6-run deficit on Tuesday to win 9-7 or something, and then they came and won 10-1 the next day. So they've just scored like 19 runs the last couple of days. They get an off day today in San Diego. They're probably resting and relaxing downtown at the Omni right now.
Yep.
And we'll probably bring a little bit of pep in their step.
But Paul Skeens is in town right now.
He is in town right now.
I could technically run into him today.
A good producer would be randomly calling hotel rooms to see if they could get an interview with Paul Skeens right now.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm sure he would say yes. Happy to talk to you guys.
I love it.
Do you think he's
actually? I don't want to.
I actually did used to do the whole calling rant.
You
hotels.
did?
Did you hear our interview with Doug Glanville last week?
I did.
When he talked about fake names, and he always registered under his real name.
Yeah, Doug Glanville.
But he, had many teammates who would pick Huckleberry Finn.
Huckleberry Finn, yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to just call the hotel and ask for them.
I have stories of that in my old days producing in Atlanta. The guys hassled me. Got to do it. Got to go bother people in hotels.
What a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare.
I bothered Josh Hamilton's wife the morning after he won the home run derby in New York. It was the biggest story in
It
sports.
doesn't surprise me.
Please, will you let him talk?
Hey, is this Josh Hamilton's wife? Can you put him on, please? What did she say to you? Did she put you
Didn't
on?
want to do it. Didn't want to talk to any media. Oh, come on. He's the biggest story. We're trying to have
You had to sell her?
Oh, yeah.
She was the gatekeeper.
And did she?
No.
Wow,
did
you didn't get it.
Did get Les Miles the morning after national championship with LSU, which is a big deal.
From his hotel.
Yeah.
Hey, boy. That's a nightmare job. I actually, it's funny.
Mike Bell was one of the hosts of that show.
Was he?
That we talked about earlier in the show.
It's funny. I wouldn't really want to interview Paul Skeens because his personality is that of somebody said it on Twitter and it made sense of an almond or walnut. I'm sorry.
Walnut?
He has the personality of a walnut.
Which nut has the
I
best
love
and worst
Paul Skeens
personalities?
I mean, honestly, like I've heard he did the other day. I'm scrolling.
I feel like cashews are kind of fun.
I'm scrolling through Twitter. And I see Paul Skeens shows you how to grip his pitches. And I am fascinated by pitch grips. And I got kids that want to be pitchers. And I'm like, bookmark this. I'll come back and watch it with Bo later. So I did. I go, hey, come here. Check this out. Throw it on. I'm not kidding. Here it is. Hey, I'm Paul Skeens. This is my two-seamer. This is how I hold my slider. This is what I do with my four-seamer. This is my splinker, and thank you. I mean, it was 10 seconds. It was the most boring thing
Where's
you've
the Paul
ever
Skeens
heard.
that's yelling at his own teammates?
I know.
in the
I
locker
work
room
harder
in
than
college.
you. I work harder than you. Where's that guy? He is playing it. He's playing it way, way cool right now. I'm telling you, Benny. I got to find it. It's the most boring thing you've ever heard. And Bo literally was like, all right, cool, Dad, and just walks out of the room. Oh, man, I just lost a point there.
There might be some media training involved when you get to big. Don't say anything to cause a controversy.
Correct.
Just be boring.
Well, they asked him yesterday after his start because they're going to ask him, this is what he's in for the rest of his, till something happens with his contract or, another team. Hey, so the Pirates approached you. He said, they're not in any hurry, and I'm not in any hurry either. And that's how he left it. And he's handling it well, because again, that would be a beating. You just got up, you won Rookie of the Year last year. It's your second year. And they're like, hey, do you think you'll be traded? Are they going to extend you? He said, I have no idea. I'm just going to go out and pitch and dominate like he did yesterday.
Cubs beat the Rockies 2-1. The Rockies held the Cubs, the high-flying Cubs, to 9 runs in the series. Still lost all 3 games.
Were they in Wrigley or are they in?
They were in Wrigley, I believe. PCA hit his 15th home run of the season.
Again, a player I couldn't have been more dead wrong about.
I wouldn't have known who PCA was 2 months ago. If you just said those initials.
I knew him last year. He came up. He had the blue hair. He came up, and I said, "Oh, he's."
I would have known Pete Crow Armstrong, but I would not have
PCA.
abbreviated him to PCA.
Yeah.
But now everyone I think in baseball knows PCA exactly who I'm talking about.
Guy's a stud, man. I couldn't have been. I just didn't think he would hit. I didn't think he would hit, and I think that was the book on him. And boy, has he hit.
The Cardinals beat the Orioles 6-4. So the Cardinals and Padres are 1 game up on the Giants in the wild card race. A little early to talk playoff positioning, but and then the Red Sox lost again in extra innings on another walk-off to the Milwaukee Brewers.
They are in the chamber. I mean, they are as firmly planted in the chamber. That was one of my picks in the AL, if not my pick.
Their fans are screaming for Roman Anthony.
They're screaming for Roman Anthony, and I'd say 70% of their fan base wants Alex Cora gone, which is nuts to me. I really like Alex Cora. I think he's a good manager. But, man, it is not going well right now in Boston.
Quick jumping in here on you mentioned Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yeah.
Back to your conversation with Eno Saris. The Cubs got PCA in a trade where they sent Javi Baez to the Mets, and that was a rental player.
Yep.
And Eno talked about how teams aren't trading their prospects anymore. The Mets traded PCA for a rental and Javi Baez.
Crazy.
How's that looking right now?
Crazy. Happens to everybody.
It never really looked good. Now it's looking really, really
Very bad. Very, very
That's
bad.
why you do have to have some hesitancy. It's so easy to say. They're just prospects. Trade them away. We're trying to win now. but occasionally you end up trading Pete Crow Armstrong for Javi Baez.
Yeah.
And the guy you get doesn't help you now. And the guy that you lost would have helped you a lot if you had held on to him.
Happens to everyone. Yep.
All right, we're going to take one last time out. When we come back, in-season Sammy. Sam Levitt's going to join us in studio and then off to the round table at 10 o'clock this morning. Final segment of Ben and Woods coming up on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. First, though, Woods and I telling you about trustandwill.com.
That's right.
It is important to get your will, get your affairs in order, or get your trust. Either way, it's just legal documents that if you don't have them and you pass away, you leave your family in the lurch, possibly facing probate court, which is a lot of time and a lot of extra money, or even worse, you could have family members squabbling amongst each other because you didn't leave your wishes, and they argue about assets and prized possessions. You don't have to have that happen if you take care of it at trustandwill.com.
This is different than, you got to get your oil changed every 3,000 miles. You got to get a haircut every month. Those are your doctor's appointment once a year, whatever it is. You're like, oh God, I'm dreading doing this. Go into the DMV. This is something you do once and you're done. Just do it and get it out of the way. Go to trustandwill.com. Use code FAN when you check out. You'll get 20% off. Plus free shipping of your estate documents. Trustandwill.com. So simple to do. Takes 20 minutes and then you're done.
It's not even, I wouldn't say it's fun.
Don't
but
say it's fun. I knew you were going to say it's fun. It is interesting.
It's interesting, though. It's kind of interesting, the questions that they ask, and you get you to think about it a little bit, and then you don't have to think about it anymore. Just as Wood said, take it off your plate. Have the peace of mind that you got those documents sent to you by going to trustandwill.com. That's trustandwill.com. Not talked much golf lately. Would you give me 60 seconds?
Do I have a choice?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for choosing golf.
I haven't talked much Leonard Skinner lately. Will you guys give
I
me
would
60
love you to
seconds?
talk Leonard Skinner for 60 seconds. Congratulations to the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Won the NCAA title yesterday up at La Costa. Beat Virginia in the 3-2 in the final match. Was watching some of it on television. Had some fans out there. Was actually fairly entertaining. As a former college golfer myself, I found that intriguing, going right down to the wire. And congratulations to Charlie Woods.
Now, he's somebody that I'm familiar with.
He won his first major AJGA, American Junior Golf Association national tournament, running away. Looked pretty impressive doing so, and is starting to come into his own as a young amateur golfer. Now, it's a long way between amateur junior golf and the pro level, and there's many steps you'd still need to take, but he definitely seems to be trying to follow in Dad's very large shadow.
I mean, who would
Tough
want
to
that?
do.
It's like, who would want that to have to follow up that guy?
It would be an interesting dilemma because you have access to one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time, supportive dad. Seems like Tiger's a good dad and will help Charlie out as much as he wants, but you will never, ever come close to even, matching what your father did.
You don't know that, though. Think about Ken Griffey Jr. Dad was a really good player.
He was.
Good player. And Ken Griffey Jr., much better player. Fernando Tatis Jr.
I know.
Dad was a good player. Fernando Tatis Jr. is much better.
But Tiger is so far and away. I mean, 15 major titles. Charlie could be one of the 10 greatest players of all time, and he'd still be pretty far. I mean, Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey Sr. was a really good player. He's not one of the 100 greatest players of all time. You're trying to chase number one or
chasing down number one. Barry Bonds, Barry Bonds, Bobby Bonds.
Bobby Bonds was a really good player,
Really
not
good.
a top 100 player of all time.
Yep.
But Tiger, number one, you're following in those footsteps. Those are big footsteps.
Big ones. Yes, sir.
All right, we will set the golf aside. Thank you for giving me my 60 seconds.
You're welcome.
Maybe a little bit extra. We're going to check traffic, and then Sammy Levitt is in studio. In season Sammy are going to be with us next year on 97.3 The Fan. So, Sam, but before we talk a little baseball, I don't know if you caught our Klug report in our last story about passengers getting fined for standing up in the plane too early. What's your pet peeve that you wish people would get fined for so they would stop doing it?
This is going to be a really interesting one. No free samples at ice cream places.
That was what's his?
That was mine. Enough.
I
100%.
I swear
this weekend.
I did not listen. My mom, who is here,
Yeah.
she can confirm I was not listening to the show.
Yeah.
Until right before we pulled in.
Enough already. Yeah,
Enough.
You sample a raspberry.
You get
tastes like
what you
raspberry.
get.
Yeah,
You get what you get.
You don't
and
throw
if
a fit.
And if you don't like it, guess what? You can go back again and get something else.
Right.
The constant
Well,
sampling.
let me try that.
Yeah.
Let me
no,
try that one.
It's brutal.
You have 15 people behind you in line, buddy. Have some self-awareness.
I tend
No
to
sampling.
agree. Tier 1 Connor said, he tweeted us, he said he owns a gelato shop,
Yeah.
1022 Cafe and Gelateria in Oceanside. And he said, I will show you why samples are necessary, but can also be executed efficiently. So he's put us to the challenge.
If you're the ice cream shop owner, I could see the argument where if you have enough people really not like what they get, then maybe you risk not getting repeat customers.
Yeah, of course.
I get that. But the constant sampling, I never sample.
Lemon tastes like lemon. Raspberry tastes like
Well,
raspberry.
even if you go to a more complicated place, if you don't like it, all right, you'll get something else next time.
Yeah.
You wear it.
Yeah, you wear it. People don't wear it
Occasionally
enough.
you're going to order something you
People
don't
have-
love. That's
Correct.
life.
Yeah.
That's
I know.
life.
It's happened to me a million times,
That's
man.
life.
I picked the wrong thing on the menu. I got some tacos recently.
People
I
got
didn't like
people
them.
got to wear it a little bit. More.
They do. They do. They have to wear it. Not everything's getting. You don't get what you want every single minute of the day. You
One
gotta
of
wear
my,
it
one
a
of my
little bit.
best qualities, I think, as a dad and a husband if my wife or one of my kids orders something and they don't love it,
you eat.
I will trade with them and give them mine.
Yeah, you did
and
it
I
for
will
me
eat
one
theirs.
time.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
with you, right?
Yeah, you did it for me one
That's
time.
right, I did.
That's amazing. I swear I did not hear you say that.
That's so funny.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves.
I think they did a Curb Your Enthusiasm about it once too. It happened to Larry David, of course, because it happens to me every time I go in.
Speaking of Larry David, did you see, because he was at game 1 of the Knicks and Pacers? Ben's going to like this NBA talk. Did you see the video where he's reacting to Halliburton's shot?
Looks like he's choking.
Hit off the back rim and then go down.
Yeah.
And the minute he's like this, he's like looking around, and then the music starts. Ding, ding,
Dun,
ding,
dun,
ding,
dun.
then it goes to the credits. It was really good.
It's one of the best shows of all time.
It was really good.
Sammy, your mom is in town.
Yeah.
She is, yes, here from New York.
In for a visit. And what is her name again?
Susan.
Susan, and I asked Susan earlier, I said, are you staying with Sammy? She said, oh no, I'm staying in a little apartment.
Hotel.
And I said, that's great, because Sammy's, you don't want these women coming and going at all hours. This big, he has a giant 6-foot bong right when you walk in. So yeah, it's not for parents. It's you come to town,
disco
you visit.
ball hanging from
disco
the
ball
ceiling.
hanging. There's his mirrored
Oh
bedroom.
my God, I'm high.
Yeah, his mirrored bedroom. I mean,
Well, we did because she has not been to my new Ocean Beach apartment. She
I
hasn't
know
been in
why.
Well, she hasn't been in town since I moved from PB. We did go to the OB Farmers Market last night. We did see the drum circle by the ocean, so we got the full Ocean Beach experience.
She loved it too. She said, I grew up in the 60s, so I feel in tune with that. I said, that's fantastic.
Maybe she wants to go to Slab City with
Slab
you.
City this weekend. Yeah, spiritual reset out in Joshua Tree. It's good. Good to see you, Samuel.
Good to see you.
What was the tenor of the post game yesterday?
Well, the tenor initially was much like you guys. I had questions about what the deal was with the bullpen, and I thought the reasoning after the game was fair.
Yeah, you have to. It's speaking of wearing it. Sometimes when the manager gets up and says, "Here's my reasoning," you're like, "All right, if you say so," right?
Well, and I thought you guys broke it down well earlier. I think it's totally all right if you have days where your bullpen's going to be short and you have to play it conservatively. Now, Ben, I thought you were on it where it was a mix of weirdly being aggressive at times and then understanding you had a day where you were going to have to play it a little bit differently. And that also played into the decision to send Omar Cruz down, right? That played into the decision to take Kyle Hart out. Like, I think about all the things that happened yesterday, and I go back, and part of this is on Kyle Hart. He was given a 5-run lead, and then all of a sudden gives up 2 runs, and he's got the tying run at the plate. That's on him, and he knows that. But even in that spot in the 5th inning where Otto Lopez comes up, it's not Albert Pujols coming up. I know he's a right-handed batter, but if your bullpen is going to be that compromised today, and that's just a fact, that's what it is, to go to David Morgan for his 2nd major league appearance, who cares? Lefty versus righty. Where Kyle Hart's pitch count was, like, if he wants to try to squeeze one more out from him, and then get him to the 6th inning, even, I would have been,
I have no problem after the game if he left in Kyle Hart and he got his,
bell rung.
He gave up 8 runs and gave up the lead. And I asked Mike Schilt after the game, why did you leave a struggling Kyle Hart in there? And Mike Schilt said, well, his pitch count was low. We had at least 2, if not 3 relievers down. We needed a little more length out of them, and we realized that there's nothing I can say about that.
Well,
that
especially
is
if the guy that was going to come in that spot was David Morgan, and David Morgan could go on to be a Hall of Fame, right?
I loved his bounce back, by the way.
Sure.
I know pressure was off at that point. You've already given up the lead, but he came out and struck out the next 3 of 4 that he faced. Nice work there. But yeah, he threw a pitch to Otto Lopez of all people.
It's also fair if he goes to David Morgan and we're aggressively trying to win that game. I saw it slipping away, so we went with someone we thought was a good arm. So then why weren't you aggressively trying to win the game at the end when you left Wandy Peralta in and you said, there's no way we can bring in Robert Suarez to get a right-hander with the bases loaded because we can't go 4 outs for him.
Right.
Fine. Have him go 3 outs and get someone else. Have Tyler Wade get the final out if you have to. But make it make sense for me here.
And it wasn't really asked after the game, but I do think it's interesting because they said they predetermined that they were okay with Jason Adam getting extended a little bit yesterday. They were not going to do that with Robert Suarez yesterday. And you'll remember last season early on, They went to Suarez
all the time
for more than 3 outs.
All the time.
So I do think it's an interesting question moving forward. Maybe you'll ask Mike Show about it tomorrow. Has there been a change in philosophy with Robert?
Great question.
Which is okay, because we saw Robert Suarez second half of last year struggle, and maybe part of that was overuse early on. Remember, he was bringing him in 4-run games. He was bringing him in for 4-out saves early in the year. If they've determined that they don't want to use Robert like that in the first half of the season, that's fine. Then yesterday was just going to be a very different day where the Padres had to be really perfect in a lot of ways, including Manny not making the error, including Fernando not running through a stop sign. There was a lot that went into that game.
And they can't tell us exactly what their bullpen philosophy is because you don't want to advertise.
Sure.
You know, I do think the number of days a guy's pitching, like in a week, you heard him say, hey, he had pitched five out of 7 days.
Right.
That sounds like there's a red line somewhere in there for the Padres. Like, we don't want to go 6 out of 8 for most guys. And, you know, whether pitch counts, factor into it. I mean, I think even getting up in the bullpen can factor into it. Even if you don't get into a game, if you got a guy warming up and he threw, 15 warm-up pitches, even if he didn't get in, they have to consider that as, almost an appearance for a guy in the bullpen as well.
And we never know the full picture. Clearly, they were okay with pushing Jason Adam yesterday, who comes in, throws the wild pitch, gets out of the inning, comes back out. Yeah, and faces another guy after that. Clearly, and by the way, if Manny makes that play, maybe they get 1 out in that inning, at least 1 out. That inning ends up differently. So they were okay with that. Morejon, if he's down, he's down.
Yeah.
I'm not. We're never going to know before the game why exactly a guy's down. It's okay. This bullpen has been used a lot. I have no problem if they, in the final game of a series against the Marlins, you've got a 6-1 lead and you're looking at it saying, hey, we're going to try to get through this thing differently today because we've got to save this bullpen a little bit. That's okay.
Yeah, no doubt.
Even with an off day the next day, you got to do that sometimes. It didn't work out, and again, I was with you where there was a little bit of sitting in the middle between pushing towards aggressive and being conservative, including the transaction earlier in the day, and kind of was what it was.
The thing about baseball is it never comes down to one play, right?
No.
It really doesn't. It doesn't. You can blame Manny. Fine, Manny needs to make that play. Manny would tell you, I make that play 100 out of 100 times. I didn't. It's on me. Whatever. Kyle Hart got a 5-run lead. Needs to protect it.
Fernando running through a stop. If you're going to run right through a stop sign, you better make it.
It rarely comes down to one. I mean, unless it's like, hey, I've thrown, we're up 1-0, and I've gotten the first 26 guys out, and then a guy gets a hit, then a guy gets another hit, and then there's a ground ball through the first baseman's legs. 2 guys score, I lose 2-1. That's the play that changed the game. Baseball rarely comes down to one play change the game. It was a collective effort of guys not doing their jobs when they needed to do their jobs. You can put it on the skipper. That's fine. That's absolutely your prerogative. But these guys are big leaguers. They need to do their jobs and find a way to win that game yesterday. Then they didn't.
So. I think, and just to take it in another direction, I think beyond yesterday's game, the bigger concern for me right now is what is the deal with Michael King? What is the severity of this? What is the plan for you, Darvish? Because right now, 3 out of your 5 spots are Kolek, Vasquez, and Hart. And no disrespect to those guys, but you just don't know what you're getting out of those guys outing by outing. And you've got issues towards the bottom of the lineup. And to me, the starting pitching, the issues towards the bottom of the lineup, those are really the things that could hurt you over the long run here as we get towards the summer.
No doubt. And as Vaughn says, at least we took the series 100%, Vaughn. That's absolutely the right way to look at it. Mike Schilp made it a point to mention, hey, we just won a series. It's true. Should not have won the game the night before, you did, and should have won the game yesterday, you didn't.
I'm actually starting to trust Randy Vasquez.
So do I.
He's not now.
I really like.
Now, can
Randy.
he have a bad outing? Yeah, but so can Dylan Cease. So can Michael King.
No doubt.
And he will at some point. But when he goes out on the mound, I expect him to do his job. Pitch a few innings, maybe give up a few runs. He's not an ace. He's probably never going to be an ace, but I think he's a back of the rotation, solid Major League Baseball starter.
He's the guy that Eno was talking about. A guy that gets you to the postseason. He can help you get to the postseason.
And the one thing that he's doing much better than he was doing early in the year is his command has been a lot better. He's not walking nearly as many. And you brought it up, I think, Ben, after his last start. if you're going to allow hits, that's okay. You can kind of get through that. You can't allow a lot of hits and allow walks, because then it just gets too crazy, where we see with Randy Vasquez, it's just every inning, 2 runners on, and you're trying to somehow battle out of trouble. But I'm with you. Randy has been really, really solid, and I've got faith that Randy is going to at least keep you in the game. I'm with you.
Now, what are they going to do with a stretch of 26 games in 27 days? We're going to talk about that on the roundtable coming up, because that is,
I will attend.
This is a hard stretch of the season coming up for the San Diego Padres.
The competition's about to get a whole lot better.
It is. And the pitching is thin, and we don't know what the answers or where those innings are going to come from. And this is kind of a make or break, perhaps, portion of the schedule. They don't need to win every game, but they can't bury themselves.
So it's kind of a tread water.
Yeah, tread water's okay. For the next month. We will talk more about it. Sammy Levitt's going to join us. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby. The roundtable is coming up next, and then we'll have a manager's report Friday tomorrow with Adam Klug again on the board. Thank you, Adam. For Stephen Woods, I'm Ben Higgins. Talk to you on the roundtable momentarily. San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.